Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We would like to welcome and invite everybody into the main stage for us to start with the program. We apologize, we are a bit behind time due to the rain and other unforeseen slight challenges. So we would like to invite everybody, whether you are having coffee in the VIP area or you are touring the exhibition booths, we would please like to invite you to the main stage for us to begin today. I'll say that one more time. Please make your way to the main stage in order for us to begin with the agenda and the lineup for today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we make an announcement, and please invite everybody to the main stage in order for us to begin today's agenda and program. I'm not sure if you can hear me out at the marketplace, if you are at an exhibition booth or at the VIP. Can every station close temporarily, and let's have everybody gather at the main stage in order for us to begin. I'll say that one more time. Can every station close temporarily for all of us to gather at the main stage in order for us to begin? I apologize. I know we are behind time already, but we are trying to redeem time. So we welcome and invite everybody into the main stage, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this hall sounds cold. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's much better. You're welcome to Nigerian Fintech Week 2025, Day 1. That's my record. Please, before we begin, let's rise for the national anthem.
And to lead us into the national anthem today, can we please bring to the front Linda Neka?
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we may be seated, please.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Nigeria Fintech Week 2025. Now, today, and this is the heartbeat of innovation, collaboration, and transformation in Africa's digital economy. This year's theme, the Fintech Ecosystem Symphony. And I know you would probably ask yourself, why a symphony? And this is because the fintech space, like a great orchestra, is made up of many players. These are regulators, startups, investors, by name, by blood, and by design, but I am Pan-African by choice and by demand. I am not alone today. I have got a beautiful co-MC that is right next to me.
Thank you so much, Inam. Good morning once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, disruptors and believers in Nigeria's digital economy. Today, over the next 2 days, starting today, in the city of Lagos, we will orchestrate ideas, innovations, and partnerships that will shape the rhythm of Nigeria's digital economy. So, are you excited about this two-day event? Ladies and gentlemen, I just asked the question, and I see the energy in the room is really, really low. Are you excited about this two-day event? Okay, we're going to test the energy again. If you're excited, when I say, are you excited about Nigeria's digital economy, you say fintech. Are you ready? Okay. Are you ready over here as well? Are you excited about Nigeria's digital economy? Louder. Are you excited about Nigeria's digital economy? Are you excited to be making history today? Fintech. Thank you so much. My name is Victory Wilson, and it's such an honor to be your host today. And before we go further, I would like to recognize special guests in our midst. Please, as I call their names, please give them a round of applause. We're starting with the Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, who is ably represented here today. A round of applause. We also have the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Emomotimi Agama. Thank you so much for joining us. We have with us also the President, Fintech Nigeria, Dr. Stanley Jacob. A round of applause. The Vice President, Fintech Nigeria, Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedun. A round of applause. Please celebrate the Director, Payment System Supervision, Dr. Rekia Okpeyemi Yusuf. Thank you for being with us. The Chief Executive Officer, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, Mike Ogbalu. Thank you for being with us. The Group Executive, First Bank of Nigeria Limited, Callistus Obeta. We also have the Vice President MasterCard, Olushola Olakomi. Thank you for being with us. And we have the Regional Business Development Director, Northwest Africa at SUMSOB, Richard Emma. Thank you for being with us. And we have the President, Africa Fintech Network, Chairman, Board of Trustees, Fintech Association of Nigeria, Dr. Segun Aino. Please a round of applause. We would have an impactful 2 days filled with stocks, breakout sessions from our amazing speakers. So please at this time, give all our speakers a warm round of applause. And you came here despite the cold, despite the rain, and you're here putting your hands together for all these VIP guests. So you need to celebrate yourselves as well. Please celebrate yourselves for being here today.
Now, it's a no-brainer that you don't come into a person's house and you don't know whose house this belongs to. So very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, we're going to get into the agenda of this morning. And before I do that, I would like to, you guys call him the Odogu, people who deserve that, bragging, right? So before I introduce him to the front, he is our first speaker for the day, and he's going to open up his house and officially welcome us to Fintech Nigeria Week 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, this man's name is Stanley Jacobs. Stanley is a fintech executive and business leader with a strong drive for platform orchestration. He is currently the CEO of Zest, what formerly was a Stanbic IBTC Financial Services Limited. He is the president of the Governing Council of Fintech Association of Nigeria, and he's a member of Fintech and Innovation, as well as the Capacity Buildings Committee of Governing Council for the Chartered Institute of Bankers in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, the man behind the name is also the president of Fintech Nigeria and the host for Nigeria Fintech Week. Can we please welcome to the front Mr. Stanley Jacobs.
All right, also joining Mr. Stanley is a visionary advocate for innovation and inclusion, the Vice President, Fintech Nigeria, and Chairman of Nigeria Fintech Week 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the visionary advocate, Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedon.
So forgive me, this is my first time speaking on a round stage, except in church. So we're looking for where to stand. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, our stakeholders, VIP. Despite the cold, rainy day, we had everyone here as early as 9 a.m. But of course, we needed to stretch a bit to accommodate a few more others. This morning, we're having the first opening remarks jointly with the Vice President, who happens to chair the organizing committee for this event. When Fintech Nigeria was set up as the premier voice for Fintech in Nigeria, the vision was not just to have an organization that would sit back and observe what happens in the ecosystem. It was more around an organization that would drive digital transformation for our financial landscape. We wanted to lead and we wanted to orchestrate it. Halford Lucock once said that no single person can whistle an orchestra. No single person can whistle a symphony. You need an orchestra to do so. And today, that is what we are demonstrating with the Nigerian Fintech Week. Today, we are orchestrating, and I can confidently say that the vision of Fintech Nigeria is becoming a reality. When we took office last year, one of the first things we did was to set up the PI agenda. And everywhere we had to socialize, you get to see the PI. PI means participation, innovation, and expansion. And that has been the bedrock on which we have been driving the transformation in the ecosystem. Participation, because we feel that a lot more stakeholders needed to come to the table to take decisions that impact not just the businesses, but also the consumers and experience. Innovation, because we're seeing how fast technology is moving, and expansion in connecting to other countries across the globe. Today, our membership has grown to over 600 strong institutions, and this is a testament to our magnetic pull and our shared purpose. We are no longer just an association, we are now a movement. A movement that is supported by over 62 dedicated volunteers who have committed 20 hours monthly to advancing our collective goals and have supported our regional groups. For those of us who don't know, for the first time in almost a decade, this is the first time that the Nigerian Fintech Week will be hosting in multiple cities at the same time: Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. And I'm saying that because when they introduced some people, they didn't see them in the room. We have some of our VIPs speaking from Abuja. So this demonstrates impact. The power of our communities of practice perhaps is one of our most significant achievements since we took office, and has been the establishment of 5 communities of practice which we have today. It cuts across innovation and technology, cybersecurity and risk management, economic inclusion, regulatory and policy, and new industry advocacy to amplify our collective voice, strengthen our influence and policy decision through strategic local and international lobbying efforts.
Good morning, everyone. So I'd like to just maybe extend a little bit further in the fact that our organization now is beyond just our members. We actually are impactful in other areas when it comes to positions in our regulatory connections. These are not just ceremonial roles with our regulators. We're actually representing our sector's maturity as well as being recognized for our expertise in Nigeria's most important financial and technology areas. The accessibility that we now enjoy to our chiefs and our regulators we are always grateful. This year, we've undertaken comprehensive reforms to strengthen the operational frameworks. We also have a governing council retreat that have resulted in establishment of robust procurement processes. We have a clear delegation now of authorities and protocols, comprehensive conflict of interest policies for our members through all of our data privacy audits. These initiatives reflect our commitment to practicing the highest standards of governance that we advocate across the broader financial sector in Nigeria. As we look ahead, and I want to maybe kind of go off script a little bit because you guys, my president is standing here. I do want to make sure that we represent not only him as a conductor, but all the conductors that we have in the room. So you guys, your maestros, your conductors, our theme this year was very intentional. We have an incredible committee of members, of our members and our governing council that have put together this particular theme. The theme this year is called the Fintech Ecosystem Symphony, Orchestrating Nigeria's Digital Future. So this is not merely just an event. It has now become a statement of intent. Like our symphony, the Fintech ecosystem requires every instrument that we see here in this room. So I want you guys to make a commitment to yourselves today that you will not leave Fintech NGR without making the deal that you came to make, without meeting the person that you came to see. I also want to ask if there's anyone in the house that needs a little bit of religion. He talked about a round stage. If you need a little bit of religion, we're also going to have that today, how technology has changed the landscape of religion. Is there anyone in here who's single and looking to find your special someone? Okay, I saw a few hands back there. We also have dating on the scene. We have some of our conductors today who have some dating apps and technology to help you make those connections. We also have areas of Bitcoin AI. If that's an area that you're looking for, it's also going to be here for you today. So honestly, I do not want you to leave today or this week without getting what you came for. All right, so is that a promise we can all make? Yes? So one thing I told my daughter when she goes to events, she's always nervous, like, oh, I really, really want to meet someone. Can you know that the person that you want to meet also wants to meet someone? So don't be nervous. Go up to them. Definitely make that connection is what we want you to do here at Nigeria Fintech Week. So just know that this is the first time we are expanding, as our president has said, but our aim is to continue to grow this pie. And that means that while we're only doing 3 regions now, we definitely want to come to a region even farther beyond Nigeria, because Nigerians touch every part of the globe, and we want to be able to support them. So with that, I want to personally say on behalf of our organizing committee, welcome, and I want to have our president help us to close this off. Thank you.
Thank you. As we conclude, thank you, Dr. Jamila. This is the power of the symphony. I just wanted to add, when you talked about religion, that people are going to go away with something new today, and it's called faith tech. So we're going to understand faith tech and how technology has transformed millions of people in their interactions with faith. I want to finally express our gratitude to each of you. Together we have built something remarkable. We have created an ecosystem that doesn't just respond to change, but drives it. We have established a platform that doesn't facilitate dialogue alone, but also helps to shape policy. We now have a community that doesn't just celebrate success, but is a part of success in itself. The symphony of Nigeria's digital future is already playing. We are playing it this morning, and we will continue even after the Nigerian Fintech Week. Each of you here in this room holds an instrument. The melody we create together will not only transform how Nigerians access internet, technology, and interact with financial tech services, but will also serve as a model for digital innovation across Africa and beyond. Our mission continues. Our vision remains clear. Our commitment is unwavering. Let us orchestrate Nigeria's digital future together. Thank you.
Let the symphony begin.
We can give them another round of applause. So very quickly, just before I welcome our next speaker, like Mr. Stanley and Dr. Jamila said, the theme is orchestra, and orchestra is sound. So I'm going to need us to be very flexible and exercise our clapping today, right? Because we are here to make sound. There's a sound that needs to come out of Landmark today that gives people an understanding that there are movers, shakers, and history makers in Lagos, Nigeria, right? So can we just practice that one more time? Can we give them another round of applause? Now, with that being said, thank you very much. I would like to welcome our next speaker. Personally, for me, our next speaker to give the goodwill address doesn't really need an introduction, but because we are observing protocol, I'll go ahead and introduce him. I have a bit of a funny story. I remember I sat down with him some months ago for a conversation and an interview, and every moment when I felt like I've nailed it, this guy, he's gonna call me, I'd be like, thank you, sir. Then he'll come back and be like, one more question. And then I'll answer the question. I'm like, thank you, and be like, wait, before you go, one more question. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is Dr. Segun Aina. Dr. Segun Aina is a global banking leader, an internationally recognized fintech digital ecosystems builder, transformative business leader, and serial investor and chartered arbiter. He is also the founding president of Africa Fintech Network and the chairman of Apollo Global Innovation. With a resounding round of applause, can we please welcome Dr. Segun Aina to the floor?
Hello. Okay. Good day, everyone. Distinguished VIPs all seated, and I want to assume all the protocols that have been established earlier on, and participants at this event, including those that are here in Lagos, those that are in Abuja, and those that are in Enugu. And I want to commend the organizers for extending this event and making it a national event for the first time. And of course, we have a lot of people online. I don't know at the last count how many people are online, probably thousands or something, joining from all over the world. So what we're having today, I'm told, is something that is really universal, global. And I want to congratulate all of us for being part of this great event. In Lagos here, for those of you who are not in Lagos, it's been a very raining day. And it's a day of blessing. So we are all blessed to be here today because the showers of blessings are here with us on this first day of the event. And of course, we are also into a symphonized event. When I heard that was symphony, I said, wow, that is really, really very, very interesting. So we are all looking forward to be symphonized in these 2 or 3 days event. The Nigeria Fintech Week have been a wonderful event over the years since 2017, and we see it improving every year, gets better every year. This year is unique and it's better, and I want to congratulate and thank and commend the planning committee and the governing council of the Fintech Ecosystem of Nigeria for putting these together. We look forward to the wonderful things that will come out. The Fintech Ecosystem of Nigeria, as you very well know, is the largest fintech association in Africa, and I'm sure my friend Martin will agree to that. Martin sitting down there is the president of the Ghana Fintech and Payment System Association. We thank you very much, Martin, for joining this, and I'm sure a lot of other presidents from other countries are joining. And Nigeria has continued to provide leadership in many ways, just as other countries also provide leadership in some ways. I want to commend Nigeria for what Nigeria is doing. Nigeria today has 4 of the 9 fintech unicorns in Africa, and many more are still on the way. And we hope that some of you that are here today, creators, innovators, will, in few years to come, be leading and championing, leading a fintech unicorn in Africa. just like some of the people who are now founders of unicorn companies were here many years ago, sitting down in this room. So it's a challenge for all of us to be the best we can to create things. Nigeria still has a lot of challenges, as Mike, the PAPS CEO, will tell you. There's still so many things that need to be done, and we are looking forward to creators like you, some of you that are here, and some of you that are also joining online, to be able to be the face of the new Nigeria, be the face of the new Africa. And I'm talking about Africa because I'm privileged to be the president of the Africa Fintech Network, a network of 48 national fintech associations in Africa, covering 48 countries. And with the support of these countries, we are, pushing Africa and showing the stuff that Africa can deliver to the world. For some of us who have banking, who do banking transactions and payments transactions across the world, we discover that a number of the products that we've seen coming out of Africa, coming out of Nigeria, are far, far superior to what we have in those developed world. So that means we can compete, very well, at the global scale. So whatever we are doing it for the global scale. To end this goodwill message, which of course I'm doing on behalf of the 48 countries that form the Africa Fintech Network, I just want to share with you a few things that we are doing at the Africa Fintech Network, which we believe will advance, the development of fintech in Africa. One is the Africa Fintech Hub, which is a platform, a digital platform that is being funded by the Africa Development Bank, aimed at being a one-site source for information about everything that is happening in the fintech space, so that anybody, be you investor or a potential innovator or somebody, you want to know what's going on in Burundi, in DRC, in South Africa, by the touch of a button, you know what's available. Or like now that you have to be looking at so many other sources. Hopefully in the next year or so, that platform will be fully ready and functional, and that will advance the avenue to get information for what is happening in Africa. Secondly, a few years ago, nobody would talk about cross-border or passporting, moving your business from Nigeria to South Africa or to Uganda. But today we have a lot of the fintechs that have started who are now operating across many countries. But they face very, very significant challenges in moving from one country to the other. Because of that, we are working on what we call fintech license passporting, so that with the support of regulators, and I'm very happy the Central Bank of Nigeria is here, and many other regulators are also here with us. To the licensing passporting, it will be very easy for you to move from one country to the other because you have standardized requirements to move. So we are getting the support of that, and we have a working group working on that platform. Also, that you need to have a one voice for the fintech industry in Africa. So we are putting together, and we have all the fintech unicorn founders and some near unicorns have agreed to come together with the AFN as secretariat to be the voice of fintechs in Africa. And we believe that this will also be very, very helpful to regulators and many players and people and governments and policymakers that are looking at how to advance the cause of fintech. And lastly, we also have a plan. In fact, it has been actualized. I think it's already actualized, taking Africa fintech to the world. A lot of people outside of Africa do not know the enormous capacity that we have in Africa. So we started the first one in Canada, taking Africa fintech to the world, and we are hoping to do that in the UK. We're happy to do that in France. We're happy to do that in the UAE. in the Middle East, so that the whole world knows what is going on in Africa. And we are opening up the market space, global market space for all the innovators, all the fintech players in Africa to be able to expose them to what is going on in the world. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here, and we are looking forward to a wonderful 2 days ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Segun Aina.
Yes, it's still the Nigeria Fintech Week 2025. And would like to say thank you to our virtual audience for joining us today. And today we are orchestrating Nigeria's digital future. And in a symphony, we know that everyone plays a part. And I'd like to remind you that this event is for you to network as well. Your next big collaboration might be seated right next to you. So make sure you connect with someone new today. And it's my honor to start off the conversation because I know some people can be shy and say, oh no, I don't know how to start when it comes to networking. So let's do something. You look to the person seated right next to you on your left and your right. Tell them hi. Say your name, say what you do. And because we're creating a symphony, you do ta-da, you end it with ta-da. So I'll start. My name is Victory Wilson. I'm a broadcast journalist and an events compere. Ta-da! I'm not hearing ta-da though. That ta-da means that you've met someone new. So look to the person behind you as well. Some people are not doing it. You're just looking at me and you're smiling. I said connect. All right? Look to the person behind you, tell them your name, tell them what you do, and end with ta-da, so I'm sure you've done it. I'm not hearing ta-das over here. Okay, I see you're connecting. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now let's just keep the warmth on. A round of applause for yourselves. You know, the more you clap, the warmer you get. So please, when we say a round of applause, please put your hands together for yourselves. So at this time, thank you. At this time, it's my honor to bring up distinguished guests. It is my honor to bring up someone who will be sharing insights on powering a multi-billion-dollar business with fintech. And we know that when policy meets innovation, progress happens, right? So join me, welcome Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, the governor CBN, ably represented by Dr. Rekia Okpemi Yusuf, the Director, Payment System Supervision. Please, a round of applause.
She almost called me Opeyemi, and I always hear that. So I like to be called Opeyemi because Opeyemi means by thanks, right? And in my language, Opeyemi means the pretty ones and others. Industry leaders, innovators, and participants joining from Abuja, Lagos, and Enugu. This year's decentralized format is laudable. Innovation loses its standards, strengthening cybersecurity frameworks, and promoting advanced fraud detection technologies. We continue to work closely with the Nigeria Electronic Fraud Forum and law enforcement agencies to combat digital crime and protect consumers. The public can be assured that protecting the integrity of our payment system remains what? Paramount. Security and trust are the steady rein upon the fintech innovation must play, ensuring that growth in electronic payment is not only sustained, but also safe and reliable. The ongoing work on the rollout of open banking represents a significant milestone in Nigeria's financial innovation journey. By enabling secure consent-based sharing of financial data, open banking promises to empower fintechs and banks to deliver more competitive and tailored service to consumers. While Nigeria is proud to be among the first African nations advancing this framework, the central bank has deliberately adopted a measured approach to its implementation. We are committed to ensuring that the necessary safeguards, particularly around fraud prevention and data security, are firmly in place before go live. This careful sequencing reflects our philosophy of collaborative regulation, working with industry through sandboxes, consultative forums, and joint initiatives to co-create policies that balance opportunity with protection. In this way, open banking will not only open new frontiers for innovation, but we do so in a manner that preserves trust and stability in our financial system. The central bank sees as the conductor of this fintech symphony, our role is to set the tempo, coordinate participants, and safeguard harmony. Our vision is a financial ecosystem that is secure against systemic and cyber risk, resilient to technological disruptions, and ensuring that opportunities extend to every citizen. Before I conclude, I wish to commend the Fintech Nigeria. Through advocacy, capacity building, and convening platforms such as this, we have advanced collaboration and innovation in Nigerian fintech landscape. Your work, the work of Fintech Nigeria, has supported regulators and innovators alike. And for this, we extend our gratitude. Nigeria's digital future is a symphony that we must compose together. Regulators, fintechs, banks, innovators, and consumers each hold an instrument. If we play in unity, we will create a composition that secures trust, drives inclusion, and strengthens innovation. The Central Bank of Nigeria reaffirmed this commitment to lead responsibly, regulate wisely, and collaborate earnestly with all stakeholders. Together, let us orchestrate a digital future for Nigeria that is innovative, inclusive, and globally competitive. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Please, another round of applause. Please, at this time, would like to invite the President. Would like to invite the President, Dr. Stanley Jacob, Dr. Jamila, and Dr. Shegun Aina to please come up stage for a photograph. From her speech, she said collaboration and extension of financial services to the rural areas. And this charge will definitely shape Nigeria's digital economy. And this is the reason why we are here. Today, what we're emphasizing is bigger than technology, right? We are emphasizing inclusion and opportunity. Please, another round of applause for her. Thank you. So we need all the VIP speakers to kindly come up stage for a photograph as well. Our VIP speakers on the left and on the right. Please, thank you.
I think we're done with the pictures now. They're not taking. Wow. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we need Dr. Shego Aino, Dr. Jamila, Dr. Stanley, please stay back for, yeah. All right, thank you. I think while the pictures are going on, it's also a good time to continue with your networking. Those that I didn't hear tada from, you can continue with your networking and give me the tada sound. Make sure you meet someone new today, because your next big collaboration might just be seated right next to you. Thank you so very much, Dr. Rakia Opemi Yusuf. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, for a goodwill address, I'd like to bring up stage Senator Adetokunbo Abiro, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance, and Other Financial Institutions, ably represented by Blessing Adeolu Adediron, the Senior Programs Manager, CC Hub and SIL Innovation Hub. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I hope we're enjoying the symphony. Okay, it's an honor to be here, and I bring us very, very warm greetings from the distinguished Senator Adetokunbo Abiro. I'm going to just go into reading the goodwill message. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and highly esteemed guests, I'm very delighted to be at this great occasion, and I heartily congratulate the leadership of the Great Fintech Society of Nigeria, whom I had the pleasure of hosting a few weeks ago at SAIL Innovation Lab in Ikorodu, and every member of the body on the convening of this symbolic conference for the year 2025. The theme of this year's conference, Orchestrating Nigeria's Digital Future, is one which resonates very deeply with me. It is a call to action, a reminder that the future of our nation will be shaped. But to action to us is that by the stirrings of the symphony of this conference, the resolution of each and every one of us will be strengthened to play our part as key change makers in birthing our digital future by contributing our quota in our spheres of influence, as CEOs, as CFOs, as directors of organizations, as members of the board, and as team members, by every decision that we will Nigerians. It is also very important to note that an orchestra, just as has been said severally today, is never an orchestra, just as has been said severally today, is never ever a one-man show. It is the coming together of the collective and collaborative efforts of all key players that brings the show alive. In the same vein, it will take our collective efforts to harness the benefits inherent in the fourth industrial revolution of the digital economy. And on this great occasion of the Fintech Society of Nigeria Conference, we are gathered to celebrate the limitless potential of our great nation, Nigeria, and embedded in the boundless opportunities. I know several of us have made very remarkable contributions to creating innovative products, contributing to the stand on the threshold of a new era, by this conference as we orchestrate the digital future by the symphony of the fintech ecosystem that will spur an explosion of collaborations and strong partnerships from this conference. I want to share with you a story of innovation, of resilience, and of the unwavering efforts of individuals and organizations partnering to curate a brighter future for our digital landscape. A few years ago, I had the privilege to found the SAIL Innovation Lab alongside my wife as our response to shaping the digital future and providing an enabling environment for young people to gain access free of charge to upskilling in demand tech skills that enables them to compete favorably in the global markets in partnership with Co-Creation Hub, the foremost innovation and startup ecosystem enabler in Africa. And in a short space of 3 years, the SAIL Innovation Lab has become a beacon of hope, a beacon of progress, with over 9,000 lives impacted across various digital trainings in data science, in game development, in software development, in digital marketing, and in digital training skills for our teachers and STEM training for students in secondary schools across Lagos State. Today, we have a representation of people who have been trained by SAIL Innovation Lab. Can I have you say hi? Amazing. Please, let's celebrate them. Thank you. Symbol of what we can achieve when we all come together to contribute our quota and form powerful partnerships to harness the power of technology and innovation. As we look to the future, it is essential that we all continue to contribute and nurture our innovation ecosystem. We must provide the necessary resources and platforms for our innovators to thrive. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that the future of Nigeria's digital landscape is bright. And we all, again, it is a symphony. We all have a unique opportunity to shape a brighter future for our nation. Let us continue to support and nurture our innovation and digital ecosystem, providing the necessary resources, mentorship, and platforms for innovation, for technology, for collaboration, for partnerships to thrive. Together, by our powerful partnerships and collaborations, we will build a Nigeria that is not only digitally empowered, but also a leader in the global innovation landscape. And I want to, at this point, appreciate the leadership of the Fintech Society of Nigeria for the honor and their collaborative efforts to the work at SAIL Innovation Lab. Once again, on behalf of the distinguished Senator Adetokunbo Abiru, we congratulate the Fintech Society on this great assembly and welcome you all to the great life-transforming conference. We wish you a truly transformative conference that awakens every one of us once again to our collective responsibility to shaping and birthing Nigeria's digital future. The future is now. Bring it alive for posterity. Bring it alive for posterity to come by our collective efforts. Thank you, and let us continue to orchestrate a brighter, more innovative future for Nigeria. Happy 2025 Fintech Week. 2025 Fintech Week. Can we give her another round? Can we give her another round of applause as she takes her seat?
So I think it is very safe to say that technology and innovation is not an exercise that I want to do, because anytime you come into an innovation is here. One of them is innovation, another one is collaboration, and then the last one is partnerships. So I want you to partner with your neighbor for a moment. I want us to just exercise a bit of technology. Is that okay? Can you talk back to me? Is that okay? I know when we talk about tech, it's always so technical, but can we just come out of our techie space today, please? So I want you to do me a favor. I want you to pull out your phone
but by the enduring trust our customers place in us. Trust is the bedrock of banking customers. We also leverage data to help businesses manage liquidity and payments more efficiently, ensuring speed with security. In fraud monitoring, AI-powered analytics now enables us to detect suspicious activity in real time, thereby stopping threats before they reach the customers. But the true power of AI lies not only in the technology itself, but in how responsibly we apply it. Trust requires that we are transparent in how we use data, and that we avoid bias in decision-making, and that we place ethics at the center of every algorithm. AI should not replace human relationships. It should strengthen them by freeing our people to do what they do best, and that is to serve customers with empathy and understanding. So while AI represents the cutting edge of digital banking today, security is still its backbone. Without security, trust collapses. So at First Bank, we have built security directly into our platforms just to ensure that we can maintain customer trust. On mobile app, for example, our first mobile and lit app, we have now integrated biometric authentication as well as card control features by giving customers more confidence in their daily transactions. On USSD banking, widely trusted across Nigeria, is also protected by multiple layers of verification, ensuring that even the simplest phone transactions remain secure. But security is not just about firewalls and encryption. It's also about creating a culture of vigilance across every layer of our institution. Furthermore, partnerships, as have been discussed, are very critical to what we are doing. And First Bank, and indeed all banks, cannot fight cyber threats alone. Collaboration with fintechs, with regulators and telcos are essential to outpace criminals who constantly are also innovating using the same tools. Trust is earned more deeply when innovation is felt in the customer's everyday life. And that is why at First Bank, every digital platform we deploy is designed around convenience, inclusion, and security. With First Money Wallet and agent network, millions of Nigerians in rural and underserved areas now have access to formal financial services at their doorsteps. Our first advance gives customers instant access to loans when it matters most. While with First Gem, we are now not just offering digital products, but creating a pathway for women to build financial independence. First Bank is leading the largest bank-led agency banking network. And we have also recently announced in the media that we have disbursed 1 trillion in digitally disbursed loans, and therefore ensuring that the orchestra and the music is felt across the nation. These innovations reflect one principle: we are putting the customer first. We digitize with empathy, ensuring technology serves the people, strengthens trust, and builds lasting relationships. Looking ahead, the convergence of AI, security, and customer-first design is not just reshaping banking, it's also redefining society at large. A future where AI anticipates needs before they are spoken, where security is invisible yet uncompromising, and where digital inclusion fuels national prosperity is exactly what we are pushing for. Nigeria has the opportunity to lead Africa in this transformation, and our fintech ecosystem is vibrant, our regulatory environment is evolving and maturing, and our people are among the most entrepreneurial in the world. But leadership requires trust, and trust is built not by technology alone, but by commitment, consistency, and collaboration. I challenge all of us here today, banks, fintechs, regulators, startups, and innovators to embrace trust as our shared mission. Let us collaborate not only to build profitable enterprises, although profit is very important in fueling long-term viability, but to build a financial ecosystem where customers can transact with confidence, where innovation serves inclusion, and where Nigeria stands as a global beacon for secure, AI-driven, customer-first banking. So on behalf of Mr. Alebi Oshu, MD CEO of First Bank Nigeria, thank you, and I wish you a successful FinTech Week.
Okay, thank you very much. We'd like to invite Dr. Jamila for pictures. Please stay off stage. Thank you.
Accompanied by Dr. Jamila, Dr. Stanley Jacobs as well.
Bringing up an ecosystem for growing in the fintech space, giving you a platform where you innovate, share ideas. Redefining the system, fintech, it flow like water. Fintech, moving easy, my dear. Fintech, 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 fintech. Oh, fintech NGR. Oh, fintech NGR. Everybody go. Oh, fintech NGR.
Thank you very much once again. Please, another round of applause for Mr. Callisto Sobeta. You know, from banking to borderless payments, collaboration is the new currency. And our next keynotes will show how Africa's financial future can move beyond border. From Lagos to Lusaka, Cairo to Cape Town, one name is connecting Africa through payments. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcome for our next speech, the CEO of Pan-African Payment and Settlement, PAPS, Mr. Mike Ogbalu, to speak on Beyond Borders, accelerating financial inclusion and growth through interoperable payments infrastructure. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's good to be back home. Big thanks to Stanley, Jamila, Shadow, and the entire team. Well, I'm happy to be here. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Again, I was thinking I'll be pacing around the stage, but this round stage, I'm not sure where to face. So maybe for a while, I'll stand here. You know, they say in FinTech, you're building a car and driving it at the same time. So I'll try and wing it a little, yeah? But just to say thank you for having me. It's good to be back home. I arrived and I went straight to Yellow Chili to go and eat afang soup. So it's a good excuse to be back home, eh? Thank you. Again, I think there are a lot of people in this room who speak rounds and X's. Yeah, so I'm hoping that my presentation will show that the route to the next set of X's would be in focusing in Africa. Okay, so we have in this room people that I think will have the future of Africa in their hands. Okay, and I'm trying to encourage you to begin to look at Africa. The difference between India's 1.4 billion, China's 1.4 billion, and Africa's 1.4 billion is that we have 42 different currencies. We have kinds of experiences that we're able to give our customers. But we have a challenge. And one of those challenges is with financial inclusion. We still are operating around 43% inclusion. Yes, we've done well. We have inclusion. Yes, we've done well. We have about 850 million mobile wallets. We have about 400 million, and this is based on World Bank data. We have about 400 million accounts. But when compared to other regions of the world, we are still very much behind. And I think that the work that the people in this room do will help us to bridge the gaps that we have. Okay, it looks like, okay, maybe I can just ask for next slide and you push it for me. So why does financial inclusion matter? It matters because, you know, when you talk about economic growth, when you have included both individuals, SMEs, large businesses, and so on, then we can conduct business more digitally. We're able to empower women and rural communities. We're able to reduce the cost of making payments and of remittances. We're able to facilitate regional trade, and we're able to enhance financial stability. A 10% increase in financial inclusion can reduce the cost of remittances by up to 1.5%. Now, SMEs being the engine of growth for Africa, we found reports or research shows that SMEs that are fully financially included have a 30% more chance of actually doing business cross-border. Now, if we are saying that Africa will become a single market, it will be the SMEs that we empower in the various markets that will actually be able to go across Africa and take advantage of what the continent has to offer. Okay, next slide. Now, in Africa, again, from documented sources, we have about 1,400 significant fintechs in Africa, with Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt actually leading the way. We have about funding, and fintechs are actually bridging the gaps around access, around affordability, and innovation. Now, about 70% of the world's mobile money transactions were processed in Africa. So Africa is taking the lead in the area of mobile money, and therefore Africa is well positioned to be able to leapfrog, and Africa is well positioned to be able to leapfrog and to actually disrupt the future that we see. There's a scramble for Africa. People are talking about other people, different parts of the world, actually scrambling for Africa. But my guess is that people in this room are actually better positioned to grab a share of the Africa that we see. Next slide. Now, the challenges around payments in Africa is that they are fragmented. We have multiple currencies. It's quite expensive. And I make the joke when I speak in different places. I say, it's easier for me to fly from Lagos to Accra, a flight time of about 1 hour, to actually physically deliver cash than actually making some of the actually expensive, that is delayed. What it means is that people spend more time confirming payments than they have to turn around their inventory. When they turn around their inventory, the more they are prosperous. Now, we've seen different regulatory frameworks which need to be harmonized. And these are challenges that exist within the continent. How have we approached it? We see opportunities in the sense that Africa has about $5 billion that it loses to people outside of this continent. And I did a presentation recently, and I showed them the people who make a lot of Africa trade, which today is at 16%. It's able to design payment frameworks, regulatory frameworks that is fit for purpose for Africa, opportunities for people in July of the AFCFTA. It's supported by the African Union, it's supported by Afrexim Bank and the AFCFTA. It's just a technology infrastructure. It would be wrong to think of PAPS as just technology. Think of PAPS as just technology. We have a system of governance. Is built around PAPS that ensures that PAPS continues to meet the requirements or meet the expectations of stakeholders. Infrastructure that is built around the technology. The first one being the governing council.
Collaboration sometimes is a cliche, and that should not be the case. And so we have programs like Start Parts that identifies and works with young budding fintech for us, and we're committed to co-creating not just innovative products, but products that are locally relevant to every individual and business, such that they can thrive in a digital-first economy. Our focus is clear, and we remain unwavering in building a payment system that is both inclusive, secure, and future-ready. The future of payments is not going to be about any one person, party, or product. It is going to be an interconnected ecosystem. And we're all members of that orchestra. And we need to ensure we sing in symphony. In closing, as we look to the future, let's remember that digital payments is not just about payments or transactions. It is about enabling people, it is about powering businesses, and it is about accelerating national progress. Nigeria's digital future is not waiting. It is here already. Let's lead it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Olushola Olakambi. So ladies and gentlemen, very soon, in just about a few minutes, we would have our breakout sessions. It will be time for you to choose your rhythm. Okay. So we need Mr. Olushola back up stage, please, for photograph. Dr. Shegun Aino, please come up stage.
You will be interacting most likely with either chatbots, virtual assistants, because we have a network that will now not only carry data, but will take voice and visuals. We have a lot of other use cases as well. We're talking of things like touchless payments and integration with your Internet of Things. Let's step back a bit. Today, what do? I have my cable subscription on one side. I have my utility power on another side. But in the days of IoT, where you have a smart home and your power is getting to a threshold usage of less than 20%, you can actually have an auto top-up by your 5G-driven smart home. Your DSTV subscription expires, or cable subscription expires in 2 days. It does an auto subscription or a reminder for you, and so on. So we're going to start seeing not just the convenience that we have today, but also intelligence. I would stop here because I could go on into things like fraud detection, not just detection, but protection. Recall that the algorithms take time, but with 5G, instantaneously, near real time, you can have these things. Spoken about remittances today. We are talking about coming from 2, 3, 4 days for cross-border payments, but with blockchain, which requires a lot of processing power, you can actually now start, and Mike spoke about it, instant value for transactions. that are done cross-border. We could also look at other use cases. This one gladdens my heart, where you can layer services, right, and personalize it. So I have to quickly move something from Lagos to Kaduna. I get instant credit for that period. I want to park my car there. I see cars parked at owner's risk. I can do a 1-hour insurance for the car that I'm parking there. I mean, the possibilities are endless. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Instantaneous processing of information and data. These are some of the things that 5G can do. We are still going to come back. We're going to connect that with AI, and you'll speak more on that. Thanks. Dr. Chris, for you, what role do you see digital IDs playing in building trust and enabling real-time payment across the country? Yeah.
Digital IDs has become more or less part and parcel of our life, correct? So that is what it is going to take, or it is taking us to the next leap, because as rightly mentioned by Wale in some of the wordings, if you need to have instantaneous results of your transaction, internally on the back end, all those need to be verified also. Because if I am pushing my money to his account, it need to be completely verified. So who am I? What is my ID? Do I have a valid bank account? If so, what is my BVN or what is my NIN? The same for the receiver also, correct? So when it comes into that kind of levels.
Now we are talking about inter-country. Tomorrow even now itself we are talking about a Pan-African settlement, correct? A transfer, instantaneous transfers across Africa. So these are critical, rather mission critical. And again, let's look at Nigeria, what we have on the digital ID sectors. Multiple ways we are capturing it, but at the same time, we need to find a unified digital ID system also, so that it makes life much easier. You don't run behind your VPNs, or you don't run behind your passports, or let's have at least one, combine everything together, so that which makes all those transactions much easier.
Fantastic, thank you. I quickly want to say that we're going to take questions after the session. So if you have questions, you can start writing them down. Maybe 3 or 4 questions will call you out, and our speakers will be able to answer those questions for you. Thank you, Dr. Chris. Madam Chidima, you're going to talk about AI-driven credit scoring. So AI-driven credit scoring can help the unbanked. I mean, people that don't have bank accounts in those rural areas. But how do we avoid excluding people with little or no digital footprint?
Thank you so much, Babatunde. Thanks for having me here. My background is in commercial banking for more than almost 2 decades before I went into international development. So I'm very passionate about access to finance, especially to medium and small scale segments. So like my fellow panelists would say, we'll remember previously in the banking sector, before you would have access to a loan, they'll do a lot of due diligence on you, which is in terms of rules-based credit scoring. And then people would say, you're asking for my grandmother and my great-grandmother and everything that I own, my intestines and all that. And we'll probably deal with a mobile Nigeria, same way we would deal with Mr. AA and Associates, not knowing that they are in different segments. Why would we apply the same rules? But the CBN, as we moved forward, has done a lot, even in those rules-based credit scoring, linking up people's NINs and BVNs, and the Bankers Committee did a lot with starting with BVN, and then we could link it up, NIBS and the government could link it up with the NIN. So it's linked up to the ID we're talking about. Who are you lending to? Because previously you could be Mr. A and Mr. B and take loans from different people. But now in that rules-based credit scoring, Mr. A is Mr. A because he has his BVN and he has his NIN. But now that rules-based credit scoring, it could be a bit strict, it could be a bit slow, and then the need for speed and efficiency will be removed. But with AI, is looking at different options, the lifestyles of people. How do you buy your call cards? How do you make your DSTV payments? That's a score that can add value to whether we want to give you a loan or not. It can be that when you run out of airtime, you borrow from MTN or another telco, and you have the capacity to pay back. That becomes a credit history. It might be very micro, but it helps the lenders to say that since you could pay back, you didn't abandon that number. It means your capacity and willingness to pay is good. They could look at your digital footprints online, e-commerce. You're always buying things. You can buy things online. That means you have the capacity to pay. You don't abandon the products that you pay. So those all form footprints that can add to your credit score, apart from the credit registries that we have for really established companies. So AI will look at all those tiny footprints you have to determine whether you're a good customer to lend to or not. So platforms like Decision Tree or Random Forest will look at all those processes. But then, as you said, the problem comes from those who are underserved. They may not have access to having digital footprints. They may not be on social media. I'm not knocking any state of the country, but someone in a rural area may not have a smartphone. But what has happened is, why do we ensure that they are not excluded? The agency banking system that has really helped in moving financial services to the last mile. So even if someone in the rural area where there are agents directly does not have any digital devices, but someone can send money to them through an agent. So we look at how do we look at third-party digital footprint. So I might be someone in a remote village in Akwa Ibom State, but I have an agent where I always go to collect money. So we should look at how AI would plug into that agent's database to say, I have a third-party history and I can be lent to. That's the way we should be going into to ensure there is no financial exclusion of those that do not have any form of digital footprints at all. So
thank you, Madam Chidima. The next question is actually you're going to delve deeper,
okay,
because now you're going to look at women, entrepreneurs, and small traders and artisans in those unbanked and rural areas. So just get ready for that. How can they benefit? How can they plug in? I mean, that's the next question, of course. Yes. So, Bola will come to you now. What role does connectivity and cloud infrastructure play in ensuring seamless digital payments across Nigeria?
Thanks, Tunde, and great moderation so far. The question really says or speaks to how connectivity and cloud infrastructure, what role to be playing in the financial ecosystem and in the fintech space. A lot of the panelists that have come before now, and my very good friend Wale spoke about the history of connectivity, right, and how the evolution of connectivity became very pronounced and very important in financial processing. When we look at where we were before and we're not where we are right now, was built on a lot of infrastructural investments. These infrastructural investments were bold ideas taken by bold people to move our connectivity space from what it was to where it is right now. And when you look at be it the submarine cables that have landed in Nigeria, now from having just wax or Nitel, we now have 5 cables, 6 maybe, landing into the country, providing us that level of connectivity or internet access that we never initially had. Now, moving that into the last mile, and that speaks to the 4G, 5G conversation, that's something that is becoming prevalent as companies are now seeing internet as part of the critical infrastructure to serve the nation. When you now move that, when you look at all that connectivity, these financial infrastructures or these financial institutions also have infrastructure that they need to run off. And from having the initial phase or in the initial period where you go into a bank, you want to take out a loan or you want to take out your money, you fill a form, it takes 2 hours for them to do a ledger check or a paper check or just to process your money, down to now where banks started investing in their own infrastructure just to improve payments and improve services. But they've gone one step further. That's where the cloud services or cloud native environments come into play. And that's where fintechs play a large role. The way fintechs play a large role in the cloud services or cloud infrastructure is their scalability. It's the ability for a fintech to start an organization with minimal capital. It's the ability for them to be able to scale based on how the market trends exist. It's the ability for these fintechs to start with 1,000 users, but know that they can ramp up. And they can ramp up based on their increasing investments. I always say, and as with everybody would know, fintechs during the Black Friday month, November, it's coming soon. The ability for you to leverage cloud architecture and cloud native applications. You can scale your processing and scale your payments very rapidly, leveraging on cloud. Now, these cloud infrastructures, as with many fintechs, some of them reside outside Nigeria, some of them reside locally. For us, what I see as the long-term view is the ability to embed the 4G, 5G, maybe 6G with all the submarine cables, the overarching network availability with a localized cloud infrastructure service. That way, when you bring those three together, what you are going to achieve is the AI is more local, it has more local nuances because the infrastructure, the application is local. Your transaction speed, the latency of your transaction speed, because your infrastructure is also local, your connectivity is local, you're not going to London, Germany, Frankfurt, US to ping a server to verify an identity or to leverage an AI that has a learning model from abroad. They're leveraging on AI-built infrastructure that is hosted locally. So that connectivity links those infrastructure that is in a local cloud platform. And when those local platforms are in environments that are purpose-built to the global standards that are out there, that way, the true value of financial inclusion, financial solutions that are local to our local nuances, our local behaviors. That way we will realize the true benefits because we are taking our connectivity that is local, our cloud infrastructure that is local, our AI-trained models that are leveraging on local data, like she likely pointed out, and leveraging on our 5G, maybe 6G, whatever it is out there, that are there. It now becomes our own. And that way, the true value of trust in financial transactions, in credit checks, and in whatever business you do is truly realized. So that's just giving an overview of tying everything together for those that are bold enough to make that investment, that commitment, and just run with it and let's realize that value.
Thank you for that, Bola. Thank you. Connectivity and cloud infrastructure is very key in this environment. Everything sits on connectivity, everything sits on the cloud infrastructure. We're going to come back again to
trust. One of the pillars of trust is privacy. I can only say I trust you to the extent that I know that there's confidentiality. Now, because I have multiplicity of information about you, and I can use it to do so many things, there's a burden of responsibility.
Nigeria, we are in excess of 240 million people, right? We're pretty big, we're a lot, and we have not covered everyone. So there is a lot of learning through mobile payments, through some of the mobile payments, through infrastructure deployments, through even the regions or areas that are unbound. There's a lot of learnings to take from the Nigerian model to say how do we cover 99.9% of Nigeria. If we can achieve through collaboration, through unique ideas, through different things that we are able to cover Nigeria, then we can take those blueprints to say, are there other countries that have similar population spread or similar geographical size that we can take the Nigerian model with a bit of nuances of that place and spread it across. In terms of the infrastructure, which is another thing we need to look at, infrastructure deployment is also very important. We talk about agency banking, we talk about last mile banking, we talk about the non-banked in rural areas. One of the things I want to be an advocate for is I do not want a situation, or my own opinion, in the way I see the evolution of financial services now, as we constantly deploy the agency bankings to those last miles, those of banks, the infrastructure required to develop those locations increasingly may become neglected. Because once we see that we can serve them with one agency banking or one infrastructure, some may not want to bring the full armory of developing that area because we can serve them with a minimal basic level of infrastructure that can cater to their needs. And that way, there's a huge market there. Because as was rightly pointed out earlier, cash is what we are moving away from. The opposite of cash is digital payments. The ability to have digital payments in rural areas. There are digital tools that need to be there beyond that mobile payment or mobile person instead. And that would enable them to have power infrastructure, network infrastructure, connectivity infrastructure, decentralized data services to say, if I'm a fintech or whatever, I have my infrastructure in Lagos, can I have another infrastructure in Abuja that will cater for the northern aspect of the country? Can I have another infrastructure in maybe Port Harcourt that can cater for that axis? Such that as much as we concentrate on Lagos or we concentrate on this area, we are also able to serve other areas with other infrastructure. Now take that model and move it to other countries and see how we can cater for geographically diverse people. Because even in the flavor of Nigeria, there is a sub-flavor within Nigeria. You know, there is the northern flavor of how they perceive finance. There is the eastern way of how we perceive finance, and there may be even the western way of how we perceive finance. But there's also different countries that have that. So I think there's a lot to be studied in the Nigerian model. Yeah. There's a lot of infrastructure potential that exists, investments that exist. And there are things that we can also scale both West Africa and globally. And I'm happy PAPS is taking a lead on payments across the region. I know ECOWAS as well is trying to, but those are things that we need to look at. And the several partners in the ecosystem, be the fintech, the data infrastructure owners, the connectivity owners, the regulators, and just the other people, other stakeholders, the users themselves. We need to just come together and understand how we can take this and spread it, and most importantly, let it be successful.
Thank you, Golam. Maybe we should have time to really talk about infrastructure. The key thing here is infrastructure, but we need to take questions. Maybe before you round up, maybe one point from each one of us to talk about that infrastructure. How do we get it done? Collaboration, partnership. But let's take the questions now, please. So if I have
and the fintechs, so that at the end of the day, we have services that make us meet our various financial needs and obligations.
Thank you very much. You just hit it on the nail. Please, a question from here, please. Yeah. Yes. Okay, 10.
All right. My name is Henry Chiko from Innovations Poverty Action. Thanks. That is very great conversation. Whenever we talk about this conversation, this point about AI, breaks for consumers, especially inexperienced low-income consumers. So my question is, what mechanisms, because it's very easy from the supply side to say that you implement systems that seek consent. What mechanisms should be in place to ensure that consumers, especially inexperienced low-income consumers, are protected from the potential risks associated with this drug? Thank you.
Trust. Yeah. Dr. Christian, go ahead. So we'll take one more question from here, one more from here.
Of course, there's a risk, correct? So how to mitigate that risk? Especially this happens from the bottom of the chain. Two issues comes to my mind. One is sanitation. People need to be educated. Okay, use this technology, at least at the basic level. Number one. Number two, languages. Correct. In Nigeria, majority of us speak English, but still, if you go down into the rural market, still the local language comes more handy. Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo and other connected languages comes more. So some of those things need to be addressed in that way, how people understand it in a layman's language, so that they use the technology in the right way, and at the same time, they also understand the nonsense of this. That's the only way to get this done, because diagnosis, the 27 million or 22 million is not the market. The market is remaining outside. That is the market. So if you need to address it, you need to get the basics right. Then we can.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. We need okay, thank you. Yes.
So my question is about Fintech. Much of the AI innovation data that we've been using have been like globally imported data. Are there any things we're trying to do to train on Nigerian data, to train the algorithms on Nigerian data?
One of the things and great question, right? And it's a burning question in the AI conversation, and it's a question that was actually discussed last year at Fintech Week, where one, the quality of data used to train these models, where are they coming from? Two is historically, and I stand to be corrected, historically, the collection of data in Nigeria and locally has not been, for lack of a better word, the best. So we have a lot of unstructured data. We have a lot of data that is housekeeping, that needs to be cleaned up. And I know increasingly and progressively that is being done. That's going on. Even just from the BVN, cleaning up BVN data. The data in BVN right now is a lot more cleaner than what it was before. The data in NIN is a lot more cleaner than it was before. The regulators, CBN and the likes, as they engage with commercial banks, are a lot more stringent on KYC. That's something we didn't talk about here. KYC is now very, very important, even for the fintechs. For even you opening an app, there's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. If your KYC is not clear, you don't move. So all of that is sanitizing the data integrity of what we have looked at. Now, by the time that data integrity is being sanitized, people are now able to train AI models using those data. So the next stage, or the next phase that is currently ongoing by different organizations is using those AI tools with cleaned up local data. That's the next level of customization that I believe is existing in the AI space locally. Initially, we just lift and shift AI models from abroad, do one or two tweaks, and that is it. But as she asked, are those things going on? I think they are, and I hope they are, because those data locally, as Dr. Doc said, 23 million people in Lagos, another 180 or so million people outside Lagos. We have a lot of work to do to make it our own. So that's the deal.
Thank you for that. One more question from the lady here. Thank you. With our last question.
Thank you very much. I'm Ayabami, an economic research analyst. So my question is this. So we all know that fintech can really drive economic growth, right? But then there are contextual enablers that need to be in place. But the thing is, we need to not just bridge access, but active usage, because that is really what drives economic growth. Now, what infrastructure needs to exist to drive active usage, right? And what collaborations and what partnerships need to happen to make this infrastructure possible, to drive quality of active usage as opposed to just access.
So 10 seconds is for each of the speakers to answer that. And I talked about infrastructure. It's very key. That's where everything sits, and that's where the major problem is, especially for the urban, those in the rural areas. So from start from Mr. Wiley, as we round up, 10 seconds each, for maybe 15 seconds, infrastructure, collaboration, partnership. What can be done?
Okay, I believe a lot is being done. One of it is like this fintech. And in one, good enough, good enough now, made it so easy for fintech and startups not to have to buy. Those days you have to buy your place servers, buy comms, and all of that. But you can now share infrastructure. We're coming up the next layer where we can now also share information. We have to talk about revenue usage. We're going into the world of open market, where players are encouraged to share. Even on the telecom side of it, once upon a time, MTN will put a mast here, and then 200 meters, Airtel will have its own mast. But now they are all co-locating the infrastructure. I have 10 seconds, I have a lot to do more work. We are not yet there, but we are getting there. Especially with
20 seconds.
We have our regulators. So we have started biting the infrastructure side. We're collaborating on the data side, and then services are also now being we're having delivery of services as well. The good thing is that we have started the journey. The Nigerian financial payment space is actually very mature compared to even some parts of Europe and America. We still have some things to cover, but I think we're doing well. If we're able to eventually break the infrastructure barrier, which is because of our dependence on importation and the lag that foreign exchange causes, it makes it kind of a bit expensive. But if we're able to eventually break that, probably do more of that.
Maybe that's what the Chris talk about. How do we break this barrier? They were like, pointed at the barrier is still there.
No, we have a fundamental basic infrastructure available. If you look at Lagos alone, but if you are looking at a pan-Nigerian basis, what we need to look at is better collaboration. Better collaboration means not, okay, I'm leading the collaboration, so my balance sheet should grow faster. No, that is not going to work. What is the end game? To bring everybody onto one table. Okay? So the nation should grow, the continent should grow. That should be the mission. And that can only happen with an open-minded collaboration. Without that, it may not happen. Number one. Number two, localization. And the localization must happen because then it loosens the network. Latency becomes more or less.
Please, can you give us specific enable this fintech ecosystem you're talking about?
We have to commend the financial sharing information, sharing data is also important. And I will take on what you said about trying to develop infrastructure in the rural areas. There's some form of, or there's a lot of cost to that, because if you build your infrastructure in the commercially active areas, you're looking at your ROI. But in the rural areas, you may not, though the number of bodies are there, but what economic activities are they doing that would ensure that your cost of putting in those infrastructure, because you're not an NGO, you need to have your returns. So there is that space of still the government, because if there are not enough economic activities in a certain rural location, they don't have enough spending power. If you put in the shiny infrastructure there, they have no economic power to plug into those systems. So that is where the government comes to bear, to say, how can we make the economic situation of the country better, even things as much as security better, so that those rails will work better. Because if you're a fintech organization and you want to put in actual infrastructure in an area where the security is bad, you're thinking those equipment will be stolen overnight. Why would I put those in place? So there are rings around what government should do before we think of how to embed other infrastructure, because those other things will run on government rails.
Thank you. Yeah. Is it only on government, or are there other business models we can work around it?
Yeah, so it's great response. There are other business stakeholders that can work with this. Speaking to our question as well, one thing is to get there, another thing is to encourage people to use it. You can always get there, bring the nice bright shiny, that's what I also said. And at the end, the users after the first week, they don't really use it. You move on to what they are comfortable using. That's the human behavior, human psychology that we also need to deal with, which is people are comfortable using cash in some of the areas. So you need to find a way to really very relevant to say digital payment is also going to serve your needs, and that's based on trust. So that also needs to exist. Once you have it there, you need to enable these people and use it consistently and continuously. And just to wrap up what was said, I'm thinking, bringing the government into play to expand financial information. Yes, the commercial banks and fintech are playing their role, they're playing their part. But having tax incentives, having subsidies for financial ecosystems that will allow them make that shared investment, looking at the 776 local government that you pointed out and saying, you know what, for you shared infrastructure in these locations, government-backed incentives, all that can also help bring that private sector investment, knowing that the government is there to them to collaborate and probably solve those problems. But we can't solve it overnight, but we will try.
Thank you, Noah. I think we're coming to close. Let's give our speakers a round of applause, please. Yeah, we've had a great time. Fantastic time this act. You can meet them or any one of them if you still want to have a follow-up questions with them. Thank you. Thank you. And I think that's still on. We have other sessions coming up. Please sit down and relax. And I wish you the best in your endeavors. God bless you. Thank you.
If there's a photographer in the room, we'd like to welcome them for photo-ops, please. Another round of applause. We can definitely have better than that.
So this time we need everyone to come back into the main hall so we can continue with the program. If you're in stack A is the main hall, so yes, we're in the right place. Stack B, Saxi, please come back into the main hall.
In case you forgot what that is, maestro, rhythm, and
Echo Hall. So if you're at Echo Hall, please come back into Maestro Hall. That's the main hall. If you're at the Rhythm Hall, please come back into the main hall. We need to continue with the rest of the program.
so at this point I would like to appease our hostesses and our ushers to please go around and announce that the stations are officially closed. And then everybody make their way back to the main stage, please.
Ushers, please sign me up. Principals, please sign me up. Please have everyone on now, so we can go ahead with the program. Ushers, please help. If you are in stack 2, please come back into the main hall. The symphony continues and it's not ended yet.
This is to announce again that the session here is about to continue. So if you are a usher or a steward or a hostess, please I would like you to assist us in announcing the other hall. And let's work together to bring everybody back here, please. So if you're wearing a t-shirts.
breakout session. It's your first time at Fintech Week. It's your first time experiencing this. Welcome. So I'm going to team of event symphony. And the idea is trying to the fintech space. But now we want to go into collaboration right now. I think Master. I'm sure you're holding this card. How many people have this card? Who doesn't have this card? I don't have this card. Okay, so you're going to get some. You have to come around. If you don't have this card, please just signify you have to have a good card to you. And I'm sure you're curious as to what this card is for. Right. And I'm sure you're ready so you can see on the card. Don't have card. If you have the card, if you see something about find someone who has more than one apps and all of that. So what you're supposed to do, Esther, you have the card. So the challenge, we have about 10. Okay. Respectfully, we have 10 minutes for this. What you're supposed to do is find someone that fits description on the card and write their name in the box. In each box, there is space under. So find someone. So if you find someone who has more bank apps, you have to look around. You have to actually run and network people and ask questions. Now, you have prizes. If you are the first five in a row, you get a prize. And if you are the first everything complete, you get a prize. Do you understand? So if you are first five in a row, get a prize. If you are the first get everything complete within the time that we have, get a prize. So please write your name on top of the card and place for NFW bodies. You can give a shout out to one or two persons that you get today. So your name on top, when you see NFW bodies, write the name of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you get today and you like to shout out to. And let's get started. You have to have around and ask questions. Alright? So if you're interested in this, so just to ask the question, if you see anybody that's 5, you can go and meet them and meet them. So who here has 5, more than 4 accounts on their phone? Anyone there? Okay, so you have to get their names. There's someone who has more than 4 accounts. So please, jump someone and get his name. Is there someone here that's a freelancer? Any freelancers in the building? There's a freelancer there, you can get his name. There's a freelancer right there, freelancer. Any freelancer over the side? Okay, there's a freelancer there, so get their name. Hey. Who has more than 2 tech jobs? You might want to keep your employer might be here. So you might not want to 5. But if you have 2 tech jobs, please you can find it. You have what? All right, on a straight line. You must be 5 on the row. 5 on the row, not vertically or horizontally. You must be 5 on the row. That's a good one. All right. Who works at the payment startup? Anyone here? Work at the payment startup? Oh, you again. Freelancer. You work at the payment startup. You have someone right here. She works at the payment startup. Get a name. Let me see. Who knows a female founder in Fintech? You know a female founder in Fintech. Can I see your hands up? Okay, there's someone there, guys. Gentlemen over there knows a female founder in Fintech. Alright, I'm going to put another one for you. Find someone who has attended Nigeria Fintech before. How many of you have been here before? You've had this kind of experience with Nigeria Fintech? Anyone? Okay. Anyone over here? You've attended Nigeria Fintech before. This is everyone's first time. That can be true. Alright, so this is my question. If you are the first 5 on this show, come forward and get a prize. We have our prize sponsored by Fresh Bank. We have prize sponsored by Fruit and a couple of other sponsors here today. Oh, someone is going to bed. That's the start. Okay, let me help you out some more. Who is the product manager here? I'm a product manager. My name. Owner is asking. I'm not the product manager. I'm asking you who's the product manager. Who's the product manager, please? Wow. Guys, I'm just getting for everything. I was going to say that yes, on the straight line. You have five on the straight line. Who has the plane that is not dog by cat? That is difficult one. Who has the plane that is not dog by cat? Anyone here? You have a chicken. How many days did you have a chicken for? Is that a pet or you are raising it for Christmas? Christmas is in 2 months time. That's what you're doing. Let's go. Can I talk about? Can I say? Round of applause, please. Last one. What's your name? Write your name on top. Alright, so we have Baraka. Fatima, please, can you get a gift? So you can continue. So we need 5 people that will get 5 in a row will get gifts, and if 5 people that will get 5 in a row, we have vertically horizontally. Where is it? No, in a row. We have vertically horizontally. 5 awards.
You said 25 actually.
No. The one in the video is nothing. You put a name, what did you ask? What's the question in the middle? It just says Nigeria Fintech. That's the question. Where is it? Can I confirm the business? 5. So we have 3 people. Ryan, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So who else? Hold on, let me go. Go on.
Let me watch that.
So you get your price for 95 rupees. Now you also get price for everything. Okay, please. That is for everything.
I need a carton powder.
So yeah, please. Hold on.
There's a lady there. Hold on.
So let's see how many we can get everything. We have 5 people. So be the first 5. Yes, you are. Oh, 5 in the row is gone. Price for 5 in the row is gone. Now for those that will get everything completely. And we have less than 10 minutes on the clock. Price for 5 in the row is gone. Everything. No, you have to get everything this time around. So do you need help? What question can help you? Let me help you. What question can help you? You can talk to me. Fatima. All right. So what do you need help with? Let me see. Who has participated in the hackathon before? Who has participated in the hackathon before? The photographer has participated in the hackathon. Please can get his name. Look for the question. There's a question down there that's asking someone participated in the hackathon. Who has participated in the Fintech Ecosystem before? Who has invested in the Fintech Ecosystem? Anyone? You have someone here, guys. There's someone here that has invested in the Fintech Ecosystem. You can get a name. This is one thing can tell us that you have invested in the Fintech Ecosystem. You have someone that can get a name. Let's see. Find someone who has a Fintech app on their phone right now. If you have a Fintech app on your phone, and I say, no. You have to take up Look, this is just a different ignorant, guys. You're sleeping on this young lady over here. Get a number for everything. That's a fintech app on our phone, please. Alright, next one. Find someone who has raised VC funding from their startup. Find someone who has raised VC funding from their startup. Anyone here? Anyone who has raised VC funding from their startup before? Oh, that was you guys by the way, what about this? So, if there's anyone that's very difficult, please help them. Your partner against their please. Hold them responsible if there's anyone that's very difficult. Alright, we're all wrapping this up now. If I don't have anything, I'm going to go back to my gift and then we'll come back for the game session tomorrow. So, can I go back to my gift already? Okay, so do you need help with anyone? Let me know what you need help with. What question do you need help with? Where's that? Oh, find someone who works out at the gym. Who works out at the gym here? Who works out at the gym? Nobody? Wow, no gym right now. Guys, you have to gym enthusiasts over there. Oh, okay. I see why you are asking that question. That's a good one. Her name is Esther. For those that work at the gym, you can put her name down. I'm helping you already. If no one wins my prize today, I go with my prize and then we'll come back tomorrow and return them out. John. You are done, sir. Can I see? Wow, interesting. Hold on, go. You want to go? You don't want your gift. Who is Femi? Femi works at startup. Alright, nice.
Get the right people.
Shindara,
you need to get the right people.
Alright. Nice. Where is this person for one? Yes. Who is this person? Sam. Sam doesn't have the cat or his dog, but that's a pet. I'm very curious as to what that pet is. Not a lizard, please. Alright, come over, please. Please, I have my first winner over here. Run your window, please. Get your prize winner there. Okay, come over. So I have 4 more prizes to give you for you that will play this. I have my first winner already. And his name is Mr. Marvelous, right? That's the Marvelous one. Well done. So please. What is it? MVP. Wow, how did that here? Oh no, there's this one that you have got. This one you got to talk about us. Thank you, congratulations. I need 4 more winners because the time that I have left. Talk to me, what question you should help you? I can help you. What's the question? Who can play what? Where is it? Miss Gully Who can play Miss Gully Mellow. Ah, I see. What's your name? Okay, wow, power partners for 5 million. Okay, great. Okay, I'm winner here. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Yes, Thank you so much for participating. My name is Please connect with It's Symphony where we are collaborating together. Have a lovely experience with the rest of the event and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, my mind is on now. Welcome back, everyone. Congratulations to everyone that won prizes. And I know that there's a lot more to won. But right now, we have to move on from that. JJ is already far spent. And we need to continue creating our symphony, right?
The music never stops. Even though we take months to hear us a lot of things. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the maestro stage. I don't know if it's place today again, one something, congratulations, we did it, whatever. With that being said, I hope people are making their way back because we are about to get started and we don't want to waste time because we are very much behind time. So that being said, I would like to, of course, now we are looking at our sponsor spotlights. Spotlight, though, have sponsored and facilitated one or two in contributions in whatever cash like my time to this year's Nigeria Fintech 2025. So very quickly, we are going to welcome you to the exchange, and let's give a round of applause as well front. The EP or this specific discussion is tagged from fragmented to frictionless. The AI-powered trust in Africa's fintech. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Regional Business Development Director for North and West Africa. Can we please welcome to the stage Richie Mama?
A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you so for that introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure is here today. It's my second time at this event, and I think it's nice to all put this together. On behalf of and myself, we extend our greetings. And today, of course, I will be speaking primarily about how we can build a system process with the fintech. As we all know, fintech is going rapidly, especially within Nigeria, within Africa. And Nigeria has been major taking the lion's share for many years. But I'm satisfied by sharing a simple life story of mine. I checked out the course in early this year in Abuja, from my state, and surprisingly, upon checking out the next morning, I was okay with them go. And they're like, I this from bank, predicted, but this is another payment. And going back at the end of the day, I ended up paying what was for a single night, I was paying one, and this is $100. And so the bottom line is, what I feeling, I felt betrayed. I felt robbed, and I know a lot of us went through the same processes, and that tangible image that one of you process. We talked about financial inclusion a lot, and financial inclusion all comes down to trust. And if we don't know that, then we stand face fighting for what we can't integrate. And so therefore, I also had a conversation with one of my partners. They said, I was trying to transfer money from my account, from one of my accounts to, I was trying to make a transfer from one of my accounts to another, and I was it was suspended for 148 hours, and then it came for 5 transactions. This is another use case that we all be part of, been experiencing. And so therefore, how can we rectify these issues? Right. Fintech going, a lot of technology that they go back and forth. We have to understand that without actually having a real experience, that utilize these tools, Therefore, again, we are facing the really have gaps between what we're building, which is technology solutions, and users. Right. And we also see, like I said, Nigeria Fintech is scaling rapidly, exponential growth, right? But with that comes lots of challenges. And we should know that now we have to about things like cloud service, basically before they become technically.
Very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just coming into the room, you are welcome. We are at the Chamber Solar segment, and this is the segment that highlights our sponsor spotlights. So without wasting too much time, we are just zooming right into it. I would like to please welcome our other solo sponsor. He is the MD of AfriGoPay, and he is represented by Munachi Juru, Chief of Staff and Head of Innovation and Strategy at AfriGoPay. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes to the front, please?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me loud and clear? Oh, good, okay. My name is Munachi Duru. I lead innovation, partnerships, and products at AfriGo. AfriGo is Nigeria's first national domestic card scheme, by the way. I don't know if the slides are up, but I'll be speaking on innovating through partnerships for local relevance, right? Just to give you a quick brief of AfriGo today as it stands, we were launched on the 26th of January 2023 as a subsidiary of the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System. Anyone knows NIPS here? Your NIP transactions, everything that powers what happens today. So we're a subsidiary of that, and we're a card scheme, which means that we have a card, or we license banks to issue cards which you can use to make payments at both POS, ATM, and web, right? So just like other card schemes that exist today across the world, we are one of them, but we're domiciled in Nigeria to start with. There were 4 key reasons why AfriGo was established, and one of them really was to reduce the cost of payments. Today, across other card schemes, you find that it costs quite a lot to issue. I'm not going to call any brands just for the sake of not demarketing them, but it could be quite expensive to issue a card today, and even the cost of actually being part of those card schemes could be pretty expensive. So one of our key motives here is to make sure that we reduce the cost of payments. And we do that by ensuring 3 things, right? The first is really around transparent pricing and billing. We want to make sure that you're able to see through what it costs you to actually issue X card, right? We want to make sure that you are aware of whatever costs are coming to you by issuing this card to your customers. So that's one of our key tenets. The second is that we ensure that all settlements are done in local currency. So you're not issuing an African card and paying $1,000 or whatever currency. Everything is in there. Right? And then there's 0 penalty fee. Whether there's a client or a payment line, what you see is what you get essentially. And the second is that we're also promoting financial inclusion and access economy. So as much as there have been existing payment systems, we find that about 40 around 40% of the population is still financially included. And by making the cost of payments rather cheap, we believe that we can get to the hinterland and get everyone who hasn't experienced making a typical payment, and they make them this part, so they can actually make some payment. And we know with the way inflation has eroded, I think the spending of the average Nigerian citizen today, what is costing about 8,000 naira to buy a smartphone? It's also maybe about 2 extra amount. So cards we made one of the most prevalent that have cheaper way of paying the city as well. We're also getting support periods for artificial intelligence. So as we were aware, there have been announcements by the federal government where a lot of intervention is supported by the African side. What that means is that there's any kind of government initiative to empower the African side. I'll show you some of those stuff. We're also supporting government intervention to provide that. One of the important things was that we want to make sure we ensure that things are sovereignty. Every time we use our card to make payments, there's data being generated. We want to make sure that that data is kept in the social. We need to make sure that when we make payments, we ensure that that is staying on board. And the beautiful thing about it is that that data also make informed decisions around where and Nigeria actually spending. Now, when you need other payments, you actually have to have now, I'm not going to keep at the end of this session, in terms of our key value propositions, there are 4 key things that are driving here. Now, if your personal payment system, if someone makes a payment with a card, you usually get your funds the next day, right? Not your phone, right? So that's everyone aware of that? Yeah. But for us, we've been able to do that. As long as someone makes a payment, any payment that will have a card, that person gets the money instantly. So you don't have to wait for your phone right now. That's one of our key solutions. In addition to that, all of our cards are equipped with QR codes. So if there's a fault that chip in your card or for whatever reason there's something wrong with the switching or the issuer, you can scan the QR code on that card and it can highlight for you and actually still get the fee. Now, we also support offline payments. And I'm proud to say that today we're partnering with a very key partner in the transit business. Anyone else carry? The carry card that I use the BIR service. So today, I'm happy to announce that this card in my hand today is enabled for both EMB transactions and offline payments, which means in a couple months from now, the cards that will be issued through the BIR stations will be Africa. And what that means is that you can pay at BIR terminal anywhere else, and guess what? Using cards or POS or ATM as well as web. One card and everything. Now, in addition to creating as well, for the EIN pass, all of the cards will also carry your biometric data, those specific data. So, as you recall earlier, thinking about the president there will now be the new method of digital identity card, that's something which means the association with the card carries my identity data for the payment. So, anything government by government is done by our Africa. And represent our government, fill out our people, and anything we have to do, but also anything we have to do, will be used in our Africa. Now, just to quickly take you through some of the partnerships we've done, unfortunately, we couldn't get the slide up. But last year, also doing that, my own university, they have a people contact us, which means there's a physical copy of this card on my phone, and I can represent you with $1 card. I don't have a carry people on the so that's an issue. And like I mentioned earlier, I'll also show you the video. The camera that we're going to launch is a couple months from and what that means is that basically there are any station or any minutes camera that we will use. You may use an African that you use that as well. I'll show you the video at the level, but you can technically do that. So that's typically what we have on the show for you. Just want to take you quickly through what we have. The last thing I'm going to ask a quick because I think few minutes, okay? So like I mentioned earlier, can 3 people here tell me what the 3 key value positions of our people are?
Yeah, that's my name is Chitu. I can hear you.
There's still one more, right? The first one is I mentioned, right? What's the reason of that? Okay. No, we mentioned that already. So I think this one last one. Okay, you try. Yeah, I guess that's not really much of that. Thank you very much. I hope you thank you for that. Thank you.
The truth is, perhaps in a few years from now, when this event is being organized, let us assume that this event is oversubscribed. Whether you will give it a chance to attend the event or not will actually be determined by AI and not humans. In the future, people will depend on AI for who they marry. Decisions on who will I get married to may be partly made by AI systems. So literally, as we get into the world of AI, you find out that we are getting into a world where we are depending on machines and systems to make decisions that affect real humans. So given this sort of responsibility that this technology has, the question is, what can we do differently to make sure that the technology impacts people and we are doing things responsibly? Just imagine that as a technology which is literally agnostic, we all know that technology is agnostic. It really doesn't have a mind of its own. It depends on what you decided to use it for. Technology has what it takes to be able to widen the gap. AI technology has what it takes to be able to bring about inclusion, but on the other side of it, it also has the capacity to widen the gap. And we've seen that in previous technologies. And we give an example. Today, AI is powering the fourth industrial revolution. But there was the first, which was powered by steam engines. There was the second, which was powered by electricity. There was the third, which was powered by the internet and computing. And we've got the fourth, and perhaps there will be fifth. But the question is, coming down to Africa, what have we literally used AI to achieve? Many times we hear the comments around AI being that technology that Africa can use to defraud. Is that really correct? With the first industrial revolution powered by electricity, by steam engines, did Africa defraud? What does it mean to defraud with technology? To use technology for the good of most people. Today, what did we do with steam engines? Perhaps we have a technology that is over 200 years old. There was a second industrial revolution powered by electricity. Did Africa defraud? Perhaps not. Most parts of Nigeria, most parts of Africa is somewhat still in darkness. There was the internet and computing. The rest of the world has defrauded with some of these technologies, these general purpose technologies. Did Africa achieve that level of development? Perhaps not. As we get into the fourth industrial revolution powered by AI, the truth is, we may potentially also not be broken if we don't do things differently. And what do we need to do differently? It's putting AI at the heart of what we do to make it for the common good. Building out that technology that impacts the most people. Otherwise, we will have a technology that while it is good, we are using it to even widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots, between the rich and the poor. It's almost now a situation where AI takes decisions that favors a certain group of people while then excluding the other group of people. So as we think about AI, as we think about deploying this technology, it's critical that we think about building responsibly. But I think there is hope, especially with fintechs and AI, because we've seen what fintechs can do with technology. We've seen how, according to a McKinsey report, in the 10 years between 2010 and 2019, over 300 million people across the African continent were moved into financial technology for the first time in their life, digital financial technology for the first time in their lives. I think that is technology being used to the good of most people, because it's not just about 300 people accessing finance, it's about being able to improve the quality of their lives. So the challenge to fintechs It's just like you use other emerging technologies to build a system that pulls people out of poverty, to build a system that literally helps people to improve the course of their lives. You potentially can use AI to lead to a lot more inclusion than exclusion. Today, as we work with startups, as we work with organizations who are looking to deploy AI, I hear different categories of conversations. I see a category of organizations that are saying, how can we deploy AI and increase unemployment by firing people? Which is great, it's a good use case. But we also have the fintechs who are saying, how can we deploy AI for the good of most people to bring more people in? So, as I wrap this up, I want to wrap up with a call to action, and it's based on the words of Mahatma Gandhi that says the true measure of any society is in how it treats its most vulnerable members. AI will just be a technology, and like the Nigeria balance, like we say, who AI help. If this technology does not help the most people, if we use it to create a lot more divide and exclusion, then at the end of the day, we may truly not be fraud because we will not deploy a technology that has helped the most people. So as we build, let's build responsibly, let's think about ethics, let's think about data privacy, let's think more about inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for our Gen Z AI founder in Nigeria. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the crescendo, and the last I checked, the meaning of crescendo, it means the finish line when it comes to forming a symphony. So look to your neighbor and tell them we're approaching the finish line. I think you'll be excited. That's what we were like, one, so we are approaching the finish line. Some people are excited over there. Alright. At the crescendo, we are talking about innovation, product pitches, and showcase. So join me welcome at this time to speak on orchestrating digital payments for growing businesses, the Vice President of Products and Engineering, Ifeoluwa Adekunle Yusuf. Please a round of applause. Give her a crescendo round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Better. I'm standing on existing protocols, and we're speaking on orchestrating digital payments for growing businesses. According to McKinsey, SMEs make up of 90% of businesses and are responsible for about 8% of customer-to-business payments in Nigeria. That's really huge. And businesses with higher digital adoption reported significant improvements, including a 15% revenue growth, while those with lower adoption saw gains below 5%. Do you also know that digitalizing 50% of SMEs and businesses could unlock up to 1 trillion in new annual payment flows by 2030? Sorry, by 2030. So from inception, digital payments have been supporting business growth and providing solutions to critical businesses like dispute and chargeback, integration complexity, delayed settlements, poor data management, and consolidation. So what we have done at this is to develop platform solutions to these problems to boost business efficiency and growth, leveraging digital payments orchestration and of course AI. Through our multi-range options of business strategy, we have sought for reliability and flexibility, and we believe that businesses should be able to collect payments in any form their customers want to pay them or in any form. And we've achieved this through our multi-rail payment gateway with over 7 options of payment and over 50 currency acceptance. And several business enhancement capabilities as well, including embedded invoicing, ticketing, and subscription payment solutions. And there is also the gateway cost, which is different from the traditional POS, with up to 4 payment methods, which are the card, transfers, USSD, and QR, and a unique virtual ID for each of the terminals. Our solutions are designed to address real human and business needs, thereby supporting business optimization. Through our business portal, businesses can do more than an average payments platform. We have the consolidated transaction data to ensure businesses can make data-driven business decisions with access to several other business tools like user management, automated disputes, and track management, and aggregator module for central management of distribution units. Currently, payment is still about 90% in store and only about 10% online. And the opportunity for e-commerce is huge for businesses in Nigeria, with over 42 million businesses still untapped. That's a very big number. So what our customizable storefront does today is that it provides seamless online sales for businesses with embedded inventory solutions, embedded logistics. So businesses connected to us don't have to bother about dispatch and all of that because we've taken care of all of that. And of course, embedded finance. So for businesses that their consumers do not have enough money to make payments as at when they want to check out, there's the embedded finance to increase their purchasing power. Also, as a licensed aggregator, we've created a platform that opens up, new use cases for digital payments in our prioritized ecosystem and sectors. And by moving away from traditional bill payment options to building a biller hub that caters for core lifestyle payment needs across health, logistics, education, and SME trade. By orchestrating digital payments, we've also is to empower growing businesses to become better, bigger, and support them to do more. We are seeking strategic adoption by enterprise merchants and aggregators in all sectors, and partnerships with fintechs, financial institutions, and large corporates. Go for better. Thank you. Can we just give them another round of applause? Better yet, can you give me a round of applause? Yeah, I feel like that's better. That seems a bit better. Again, I know that some of us have been here since the morning, but you are not wasting your time. I do believe that you are at the right time, at the right place, I beg your pardon, at the right time with the right kind of people. So I just want you to look at your neighbor and just give your neighbor a high five very quickly. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, I would like to welcome Mr. Dominic Oger, and I'm inviting him for a roundtable, exclusive roundtable discussion titled Orchestrating with Scale and Resilience. He is the CIO, Signal Alliance Technology. We can give him a round of applause as he comes to the front if he is here.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you can hear me. I barely can hear myself. Can you hear me? Okay, now I can. All right. Now, I have watched how the first speaker struggled with this slide, so I am already jittery. I'm hoping that it will not catch me as well. I can see it there, but I can see it here. All right. Now, it's an interesting place to be and interesting session when you have to have a class, or you are preaching, or you are having a meeting at this time. You struggle with lots of things. So if you are feeling sleepy, don't worry, you're not the only one. I'm also feeling sleepy as well. So we would work together to make this happen quickly. I think interesting thing for me is that the time I had has been further shrinked. So what I'll do is that if you've heard of speed of light, we will do speed of light. For some slides, just touch and go. You just touch and then we'll move on. All right? Other ones, we will try and say a bit about them. I think because of the session I already have had, some speakers already have spoken some of the stuff that we would speak to. Okay? All right. So my name is Dominic Oga. I wear plenty of hats, but for this platform right now, I am the CIO for SAT. Okay? The topic we're discussing in the next few minutes will be building the infrastructure of Nigeria's digital future. I know that this can be a lot of things for us Nigerians. Quite interesting. If you ask many people about what they understand by infrastructure, people will give you different words for infrastructure depending on where they actually work. The people that work in the Ministry of Works, they will describe it as bridges and caterpillars and the likes. But for the guys that are in technology, we have our own unique ways of doing that. Some people were telling us just limit it to cloud and to servers. But for what we're discussing this afternoon, we're looking at the digital future. We will find some interesting definitions for that word, and I'm hoping that we will do some justice with the time that we have allotted. Now let me try this, the pointer. Yep. It works. Okay, so that's where I work. I work with, so I won't bother you too much about this. So I'll call this one touch and go, right? If you want to know more about me, just you can do a quick Google or check me after the meeting. All right? Okay. Finally. All right. So now, what I'll try and do here is, I can't even see clear what I have there. In this area, we talk about future, especially in the area of digital economy. I would say that the future already is here. You heard earlier when our Gen Z AI guy talked about the place of AI. Remember, AI is no longer just in the future. AI is here. It has come to influence all the things that we do. And for us as Nigerians, I think we are in a very beautiful place. As tough as things may be, that Nigeria is still one place where certain things work to an extent. I had a call with a friend of mine over the weekend. I was telling me that in a country here in Africa, they're still using checkbooks, and you are still using doing transfers by going to the banks only. And I told you that's why I went to the bank was to go and maybe some 3-4 years ago. So things have improved, but we're not exactly there yet. And I'm hoping that some of the stuff we will do here, especially with the vision that Nigeria has for its digital economy. We have a body that is responsible for digital economy. They came out 2020, and they had a goal, which is that by 2030, in under 5 years, we should have hit about $1 trillion economy. I know that can be argued here and there. I'm sure they are doing a lot of things in this area, but this is where I'll pick a few things so that just help us land the discussion. They mentioned 8 pillars, right? Now, in those pillars, one of them is in the area of regulations, whether it's your ICE regulations for NDPR and the likes. They talk about the place of digital literacy, all right? Yes, not just your TikTok and people dancing in front of the mirror and then posting it, all right? But not just that alone. But let me mention this part. They also mentioned the place of what they call solid infrastructure. Now, for most people, when we talk about that word infrastructure, we only think of servers and cloud. But what this what they have done is that beyond the solid infrastructure, we also have what is called the service infrastructure. All right, that is the place of where you have digital systems. They talked about the place of having digital services, one of the pillars for achieving this digital economy. And then they talked about the soft infrastructure. If you remember the first speaker, he shared his experience where he lost trust, as it were. Now, things like trust, things like security, cyber security, comes largely under what is referred to as your soft infrastructure. Then there's the place of the digital society. Now, at this point, this is where your AI comes in very much handy. And then there's the place of the indigenous adoption. Now, their belief, which is what they are doing now, is that with these 8 pillars, Nigeria should be able to achieve this digital economy in a few years from now. So what I would therefore do is I'll do some quick steps. Where are we today? In terms of broadband penetration, which was something they talked about. They say in terms of broadband penetration, we are only about 3% because we still don't have enough coverage across Nigeria. For some areas and some places, you have internet. Because you are largely in the mainland, VI and Lekki, you won't understand these things unless you move out of the heart of Lagos. They realize that you can have very terrible internet. All right. Then, key policy, something they also have done is that they have introduced lots of lovely policies that have for startups and co. And I think they have done pretty well there. But the bottom line for us is that there are still gaps in power, which is still inconsistent. We still have gaps with our connectivity or internet. We still have gaps in the areas of local cloud adoption. Right now, most of the Nigerians will depend on cloud providers that are not in Nigeria. Okay? Now, where I'm going to take this, because of the time I have, is to just look at the 5 blocks of that infrastructure, just to understand when we say infrastructure, especially in the digital era, we are looking at these 5 areas. I think I've moved on. Yes. So 5 areas. So we talk about, so if you must pick anything from this session, just note this. When we talk about for us in digital era, we are looking at powering connectivity. We are looking at empowering our digital talent. That means our staff, our colleagues, ourselves. We are looking at strengthening the trust infrastructure because we know trust is a big deal. If trust is missing, everything is missing. So in the areas of protecting our data, our users' data, the place of encouraging digital innovation, all right? Before you check out there, check it within. Do we have it? Can we do it? All right? And then the place of what I will emphasize as the place of collaboration. This is big deal for us. What we don't want is what people want to do, work only by themselves instead of looking at what other people are doing. I'm going to end it with just one thing. For a startup, you will not be able to have all this at once, only for most companies. Now, this is a place where you would need what we call your managed service partner, somebody that would come and help meet certain areas of these blocks. This is not an advert for any company, all right? But I do believe that if you have your managed service companies or partners, they'll be able to help you meet some of those gaps, right, that you are not able to meet on your own. Don't worry, I know they are there and they're smiling. All right, so I'm going to stop at this point. Maybe when we have another chance, we'll speak a bit more to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Dominic Ogar. Thank you. And if you have questions, like he said, you can actually just walk up to him. So very quickly, we're moving to the next panel session without wasting any of our time. Please join us, welcome Mr. Kingsley Iyang, the Head Managing Director, Services and Products for Signal Alliance Technology Holding. A round of applause, please. We also have Mr. Muyiwa Ogunsi, the Head of Innovation and Growth, SAF. Thank you. And then we've got Ezine Orimoloye. This is the Senior Technical Recruiter at Upwork. And then the moderator for this session is Chioma Malone. This is the Head of Marketing at SAF. We can give them a round of applause. Okay, I think we also have Mr. Dominic Ogar on this panel as well. Please, a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you have just 10 minutes. Moderator, kindly take note of the timer. 10 minutes for this panel session. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Because of time, I'm just going to dive into the questions. My first question goes to you, Mr. Kingsley Iyang, right? So as someone who has been at the forefront of managed and outsourced services for close to a decade now, what challenges do you see fintechs facing today that managed services can help solve, particularly in terms of scalability, security, and customer trust?
All right, thank you so much. A couple of speakers have made mention of certain words. From this morning, a lot of people have talked about scalability. They've talked about security. They've talked about AI being the next future. In fintech, it's really not an easy task running a fintech company because you're saddled with some responsibility in terms of security, in terms of scaling up the business. Scalability in fintech simply means how you're able to handle expansion. Expansion in terms of customer base, expansion in terms of products, without necessarily compromising security, performance, and trust, right? For over a decade that I've worked across different fintech organizations, one of the challenges that fintech organizations have encountered is in terms of that security, ensuring that customer data, customer informations are not breached. And with these recent days where we have AI, mind you,
as more and more we use AI in terms of increasing productivity, is the same way that unethical people are out there trying to use AI to also break into customer information and possibly hack the system. So security, like I said, scalability, customer loyalty and trust, and then of course you want to talk about customer retentions. Those are major challenges I have seen within the fintech industries, which is peculiar across all boards. Now, in terms of managed services, 20 years ago, organizations are usually skeptical about managed services because of the fear of data. But today, the fear of not doing, the cost of not subscribing to a managed services is higher than the cost of remediating an issue when you have hackers, right? Therefore, in the area of security, managed services plays a lot of roles because security is vast, right? It requires specialized skill sets. The technologies are so much, right? And for fintech organizations, having a very large in-house IT team may be very, costly for the organizations, right? And then when you compare that in terms of revenue, it may not give them enough profit. So subscribing to a managed services partner helps the organizations in terms of using the managed services expertise to acquire a set of talents that will be able to manage their security. Also, there is an issue of Jaguar syndrome that has hit rock, the fintech industry as well as the banks. The brighter ones are living for greener pasture outside. Our universities are not also doing enough, So when graduates are churned out into the labor system, into the labor market, they are not well equipped to handle the current trend of technology. Therefore, managed services also provide that talent pool, to address those concerns. Quickly, in terms of the other areas that I spoke about, in terms of customer trust, once you're able to increase your security, and then you also have the right technology, which is where managed service comes in terms of scalability. Technology is expensive. You can't keep acquiring new technologies as they come. But subscribing to managed services gives you that expansion. So when you expand, you don't have a fear, of being hacked.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kingsley. So my next question is for our lovely lady. Isn't there? Okay. So you've been, as a senior technical recruiter for Upwork, you've played in this space of managed service for a long time. And then looking at Nigerian Fintech ecosystem, what practical steps or strategies do you think Fintech should adopt when transitioning to managed services? And how can providers essentially demonstrate measurable value for them in that journey?
Thank you so much. This is such an amazing question. And the good thing is that the Nigerian Fintech ecosystem has amazingly grown. And with this growth comes complexity, maintaining uptime, making sure you have the right talent to protect your services, abiding with the laws of the land, the NDPR, the Nigerian data protection laws, the laws of CBN. So with managed services, partnering for fintechs partnering with managed services, it cannot be overemphasized because fintechs need to focus on their core and then outsource on their core capabilities and outsource their contextual capabilities to managed services. You focus on your core. I think Zed had a presentation now where they talked about customer engagement, transaction time, uptime, compliance, and all. When you work with the managed service, the managed services provider, they will give you specialized talents that will help you work on your technology while you focus on growing the business and all. And you don't just align with any managed service provider. You make sure that the person understands your business model. Are you looking to increase ROI? Are you looking to reduce your downtime? Are you looking to increase or reduce cost of your operation? Once you identify this with your MSR, then you'll be able to audit your capabilities and align with the right managed service provider to deliver this. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I have a question for you, my CIO, right? The question is, from a technological service provider's perspective, right, which is one of the things that we do, how should fintech companies rethink their IT and operational models to fully leverage managed services as strategic advantage rather than just a cost-saving measure?
Okay, thank you for that. It's a tricky one to answer, especially when that's what you actually do yourself. But then, having also had experience outside here, I would say, first thing is that don't think of your managed service partner. In fact, that's a better word. Look at your partner, all right? They are with it in the journey. Don't look at them as if they just come to save costs, right? But that they are partners. And then what that means is that they also would help you, lift the heavy load. Because they are partners and they are skilled in certain areas, it allows you to move the heavy loads to them. And then you can spend your time on innovative stuff, a fun stuff for you. Scale, make more money. And then let the MSPs like Kingsley and Co., let them get busy with, running around with the servers, running around with the cloud and all that. That's what. So for me, to be mindset shift. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Because we are quickly running out of time, Mr. Muyiwa, could you just give, just briefly, just name about 3 problems you think fintechs are having when it comes to managed services?
All right, thank you. There was a Fortune 500 company that spent $8 million in trying to build an AI chatbot. 6 months down the line, subscribers reduced by 23%. Customer care was avoiding the chatbot. So what is that telling us? It's telling us that a lot of times, with the fear of missing out, what people try to do in implementing AI is that they forget about the embedded services. They forget about the processes that are involved. And so the important thing is, when you have a partner in managed service, what they help you do is they are not trying to cut costs for you, but they're trying to embed and integrate fraud detection, data insight, customer insight into the services so that you are providing value to the customer. So then you're no more thinking about how do I reduce costs, but how do I increase value? If not, if you keep seeing managed services as a vendor, what you will likely be doing is purchasing a Ferrari and using it for a taxi. So that partnership is very important. So number one key thing that they could do is, number one, have a partner with a managed service. Outsource a lot of those things to them. Number two, don't have siloed operations. Integrate all of your platforms through API integrations, native infrastructure, and all of that. Integrate them together so that you could provide better value for the customer. So those 2 major things would help fintechs to scale fast and make profits while at it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Muyiwa. Just to add, we're a Signal Alliance Consulting. We have been in this business for over 25 years plus, right? And we specialize in cloud and data, AI, infrastructure, and business applications. We partner with global technology leaders like Microsoft, Huawei, to deliver innovative, secure, and scalable solutions. And we are happy to be your managed service provider. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for our moderator, Chioma. Thank you so much for keeping to time. And to the panelists, thank you for that very insightful session. Now, next up, we're going to have a very powerful session. We're going to have all the panelists in the AI in Action segment come up stage. While the pictures are going on, please, Mr. Sheon, kindly help us bring more seats
So we will
up
introduce
stage.
you. We'll introduce you. We'll call you up, don't worry. So while
we'll bring you up stage.
So while that is being done and the furniture is being replaced, DJ, please lower the volume for me. So like Victory said, that this is going to be a roundtable discussion. So I know that we were supposed to have multiple conversations taking place in different stacks, and we have decided to call everybody into the main stage. So like Victory said, this is a breakout ensemble. Ensemble, of course, is a genre, I don't want to say genre, it is the symphony, orchestra, different music and
Yes.
different sounds coming together to create a masterpiece.
Yes.
And that is why we have opted to have the ensemble accompanied by the crescendo in the main stage.
All right, so we have our chairs here. We're going to go ahead to call up our speakers.
And as you hear your name, please just make your way to the front immediately.
All right. We'll start with the moderator, one of the moderators, Mr. Lanre Oladimeji, the group head, Zenith Bank. Please, a round of applause.
And then followed by him, we would please like to welcome the country lead for Bolt Business Nigeria and Netherlands, Isaac Oroko.
We'd also like to welcome Senior Knowledge Engineer and AI Architect, Semantics Limited, Emeka Azuka Okoye. Would also like to have the CTO and co-founder Shotlers, Akachukwu Okafor.
And then followed by him, I would like to introduce the founder and CEO of the Host in Ireland Network, Gary Connolly.
All right, we also
Or
have
Connolly.
joining us. We also have joining us online virtually for this panel session, the CEO and President Google Robotics, Engineer Emmy Pencil. Please, a round of applause. He's joining us online. And we have joining this powerful panel session, the Chief Executive, Edge Verve Business Solutions Limited, Henry Eriga. Thank you.
And then followed by that, we have got the CEO of Avila, Dr. Temitope Mayegun. Let's give them a round of applause. Don't get tired of clapping.
We also have the CEO of VDL Technologies, Fashui Oluwarotimi.
I'd also like to welcome the Assistant Director, Policy and Innovation for Poverty Action, Mr. Henry Chukwu.
Would also like to have joining them the Director, AI Solutions Delivery, Data Science Nigeria, Chinazo Anebelundu.
Please let's welcome to the front the COO of Extension Africa, Abdul Salmad Isa.
Please, with a warm round of applause, join us welcome co-founder Eko22, Michael Akinshete. Thank you. We have joining them online as well, the CEO Better Health, Mubarak Ayani. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we also want to emphasize again that this is called AI in action. So the conversations that you will find here is all things artificial intelligence. This is AI in health, redefining access and affordability of healthcare. This is AI in agriculture, agro-processing and value chain intelligence. Can we give them a round of applause?
Would also like to announce that SAF has a gift at their stand for participants at Rhythm Hall. So if you were at the Rhythm Hall for the initial stack, please, during the course of this discussion, just find a way to SAF and get your gift. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll leave the floor now to the moderators. This will be for just 30 minutes. Yes, thank you. Please take note of the timer. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. Good evening or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to be starting off more from the agricultural side of our conversation. I guess you would agree with me how important the agricultural sector is. The agricultural sector have actually contributed, one of the major contributors to Nigeria's GDP. It creates job, livelihood, and so on. But this sector has been faced with a lot of challenges for several years across various value chains, both in terms of access to finance, defragmented access to market, and so on. So today's session, we're going to be taking time to discuss how AI could support in addressing some of the systemic issues across the agricultural value chain. To start up, I would be, asking questions to Michael. Michael, you know how important, oh, sorry, Michael, right? Yeah, maybe I will go with Asa first, right? So you know how important extension services is to farming activities. So my question is, from your experience at Extension Africa, what do you think, how do you think AI could actually support in addressing, helping smallholder farmers in providing effective extension services to them, both in terms of real-time data and support to provide support in relation to extension services?
Thank you for that question. Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will give a context. So in 2024, during the Naira redesign, I was opportune to travel across the northern part and just trying to motivate farmers to adopt the change. Now, adopt e-Naira, for instance. But I met a farmer, and the farmer I was asking this farmer, and he was now throwing back I was asking him, why is he not adopting the e-Naira? Why is he not using the fintech solutions that are available? Why is he sticking to the Naira, the paper, or the cash transaction? So the first question he asked me, and he brought out his a phone, and he was showing me that he couldn't, the striking thing was he couldn't differentiate between, if I remember vividly, between 20,200 and 2,200 because of the nature of the text. And he was also finding it difficult to differentiate between inflow and his total balance. So this depicts the situation of the over 38 million smallholder farmers we have across Nigeria, that while AI and technology is very going to be helpful, we still have a lot of challenge in terms of literacy, internet penetration, utilization, having access to mobile phones. So what we're doing at Extension Africa is that we believe that a hybrid model will solve the problem. So currently what we do is that we have almost 5 technological solutions. The first one, we call it Farmex, which is more like the Uber of extension. So because businesses, for instance, a business here in Lagos wants to work with a farmer in Sokoto or a farmer in let's say Borno, the acquisition cost of having that farmer or a fintech or a company who wants to engage this farmer, I think the calculation is around $30 to $40 for just a farmer acquisition, which is not going to be healthy. So what we did was, okay, we could find, because the structure in Nigeria is that from research institutions, information flow to the farmer through extension workers. And based on FAA recommendation, it's supposed to be 1 to 800 farmers. But what we currently have is 1 to 10,000. And in some cases like Kaduna is 1 to 15,000, which is not sustainable. Then here is where the technology comes in. So we're able to now bring the technology and train youths to serve just like the Uber driver does. So you are able to link to farmers through this technological platform called Farmex. The second one is that while I'm talking that we still have the limitation in terms of readability. So we now have also, we digitize content to 3D animations, IVR, and push text messages, where farmers can still access. And through this, we've been able to reach around 800,000 smallholder farmers across 16 states. And we're still trying to scale with other platforms. Yeah, I will stop here.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Obviously, technology is helping to address the shortfall of extension workers. So I will pause here and hand over. Let's speak on a different other topic, then we come back to agriculture.
Thanks, Henry, and perfect response. So taking a case,
in my case, it's health, not agriculture, right? Limitation to be around access, affordability, and reach, right? So, Dr. Temitope, right? Yes. In this case, right, what role can AI play in shortening hospital wait time? What I mean in this case is you go to the hospital these days, there's a long list of queue of getting attendance, right? How can we, or how can you help us explain how people can leverage AI to reduce waiting time, access to proper medical health, and also leverage that data in creating real value when you go to the hospital?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, people don't have to get to the hospital before they actually book appointments. Everything can be virtually done, like we have Babylon in UK and Rwanda. In Nigeria, we have over 40,000 doctors, and we have over 200 million people. So I feel it's high time we adopt AI in our processes. The triage system, the administrative booking appointments should not be something that you have to do physically. You can do it online, and we can have AI-powered virtual assistant that's, can virtually do everything your doctor will do for you, especially if you have minor cases. People don't have to really go to the hospital because of headache or all of those things. Like virtual consultation can be done without even going to the hospital. People can, use AI to analyze their symptoms. People don't have to even get to see the doctor. And because one of the issues we have in Nigeria is that even when people have a headache, they want to go to the hospital. When they have stomach ache, they want to get to the hospital. So everything can be virtually done like we have in Rwanda. Rwanda is already using AI to do almost everything. There is AI doctor, there is virtual assistant, there is chatbot, and all of those things. People don't have to really get to queue before they get it done when it comes to the health system. And also, I also feel that the administrative part has been done partially. Like I was in a particular hospital in GRA, and I was surprised that they now use AI, to track record. You don't even have to, wait at all. By the time you get to the receptionist, your time, everything has been done, it has been booked, and you just go straight to the doctor. And when you get to the doctor can actually recall your data and everything. They've infused AI into the system. So I feel that if we can adopt such system, it will actually fast track and improve our health sector in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So this speaks a lot to infrastructure,
Very
availability, readiness,
Yeah.
right? And that we are, and also in tandem with the compliance, right? The regulators.
Yes, very
That way they can push out data, provide this data, and hospitals can now leverage this data in making reasonability to help that ecosystem.
Yes,
Thank you.
very
I'll pass on the mic now to the next.
Yes, thank you so much, Doctor, for those comments. And let me direct my question or inquiries to Mr. Isaac, right? And, mobility is a major issue, especially in densely populated locations and in cities. And being, what you currently do at Iroko, and at both rather, what sort of partnership can government and private sectors have to ensure that, one, cost of mobility is reduced, and how can we use artificial intelligence to ensure that things are done in a more, streamlined way, to ensure that people don't have to pay through their noses or, get to a place in a way that it be so tensed or so difficult for them in cities like maybe Lagos and other densely, populated locations. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot for the question. So
in terms of partnership, so before speaking into the partnership bit, I'll speak into, what AI is currently doing, and then also the possibility of what AI can do, and then also speak into, that partnership with government, right? So, say, what's AI currently doing? I think anyone seated here, have, at any point in time taken a boat ride. You see that every driver would already have like a route planned, right? How are we able to do this? Because, we collect data, right, to see what's the best route. I'm sure someone here would have experienced asking a driver, why are you taking this route? Why are you not taking this other route? That's because, AI is already helping to, basically plan the right route to actually take. So I say we're at the forefront of that. We've adopted, but is there still room, for, improvement, especially in this market? Yes, there is, because most of the data you would see would be from, say Google and the likes, Google Maps and all. But then for cities, particular to Lagos, and Abuja, we still need some level of data, especially from, route planning with BRT lanes, route planning with, the unconventional mode of transportation, that is the, the buses and the likes, right? How, they move from one point to the other and all of that, right? So in terms of partnership to basically reduce cost, right? What can be done basically is to have some form of central system, right? Where, the ride-hailing businesses, right? You also have the, the BRT route plannings. You also have the last mile delivery bikes, right? There's a, like an ecosystem where they can actually share data, right? To understand, where you have clusters of movement within that space, right? Now, what basically drives the cost of ride-hailing up is demand, right? Especially when, demand out performs supply. It means that that's sometimes when we also see surge on the platform, right? So when there's, proper planning, AI, we have a lot of integration from, the different parts moving within one part of Lagos or one part of Abuja, it's very easy for us to manage pricing because there's a central system where data basically, pulls through. So that's it.
All right, back to agriculture, right? So, Michael, you know that some of the issues that farmers are having, especially smallholder farmers, one of the issues is access to a market and also having competitive pricing for their agricultural produce. From your experience, how do you think that AI could actually support, AI-powered platform could support smallholder farmers have access to market and competitive pricing?
Thank you, Henry, for the question. Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's not just one of the problems, it's the major problem that farmers face in Nigeria. A lot of them, all the ancillary things that we offer them is not really what they need. What they need is access to market. Now it is the problems that they then go through to get that access that require the need for extension, the need for cold storage like we offer and all of those things. How AI can help that? There is information asymmetry, right? There are also problems like seasonality that affect farmers in terms of how they are able to take their products to market. There is glut in this market and there is not glut in this market, but this farmer does not know which market is currently experiencing glut and which isn't, right? With AI infrastructure, we could be able to tell a farmer, don't take your produce to this market today, take it to this other market. With AI, you can tell the farmer, store for 3 days more, the price will go up in 3 days. You'll be able to get better value for it. So things like that can help them with better access to market. Also, when you layer AI into products like cold storage, like we do at Eco22, and you are able to give them real-time information about their product, the state that it is at, and you're also able to then layer on your service like we do, market linkage. It helps them to increase their access to this market and also ensures that they don't lose their produce in the long run. So.
That is fantastic. What I can hear you say, the key message here is AI could actually help them to provide access to information and also advisory as well. Thank you so much. So I'll pass over to...
All right. So I would say across multiple platforms, right? I see we speak about data, and I see we speak about access, right? Now, this question, though, to Mr. Rotimi, cuts across. I mean, so we all wear wearables, we have access to data even on our computers, we have Copilot, and all of that, right? Taking to mind, really, trust, and our cousins on the other side. How do people trust that this AI data is real, from the right source, and its impact? Rotimi, you can help me.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for that question. When you talk about trust, right, it starts from the angle of ensuring that the data that we have is accurate and hygiene. If the data is not accurate, then of course, issue of trust comes in place. Before I can talk about trust in AI, you have to start from the source, which talks about training of the data to ensure that it's solving the real problem that we have. So when we talk about the health sector, right, we have issues whereby the resources that the hospitals are not well trained. And if they're not well trained, issue of trust is a major problem for them, because most of them, since they are not well trained, find it difficult to know how to use the necessary tools. And if they cannot use necessary tools, it becomes a problem, which means they cannot administer such tools to recipients when they come to hospitals. Probably that's one of the reasons why the examples you give earlier, whereby people go to hospitals and you see long queues at different hospitals, because most of our personnel are not, are not well trained to know how to manage and know how to use tools. So I see that as a major problem.
All right, so what I hear you say, it's important to have knowledge,
yes,
and it's also important to enforce compliance from the regulators around how data is managed, stored, and also accessed for privacy.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Mr. Okoye, right? Okay. Yes, I'll direct my next question to you. And, looking at artificial intelligence and data, without data, there's nothing for you to actually use your, you can't, the usage of artificial intelligence almost, cannot be done. And what are the key challenges that you see in terms of collection of data that will enable, proper decision making and ensure that people are able to navigate their ways in terms of, for them not to have challenges in terms of mobility, again, in a densely populated environment like Lagos? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. First thing first is Lagos is a city, and it's supposed to be like a system. So Lagos is supposed to have data policy. Like you rightfully said, AI is blind when there is no data. So first thing first is that Lagos, now using Lagos as an example, Lagos need to have a data policy, that drives every sector of the economy, health, agric, and mobility. And then secondly, in their mobility policy or in their mobility objective, they need to use data to make decisions. Now, think about it offline. Every city, every country, every state deploys officials to control traffic. There's a reason why they don't want traffic to be much, because it affects quality of life, it affects economy. The more time you spend on the road, the more time you waste. So data can be deployed with that same objective. Now, we already having, like in Lagos, we're already having some form of sensory. So we have some sensors, we have cameras. Data are all coming out from these places. We have the likes of Bolt. This should be a government partner. I mean, for any progressive society, the ride-hailing firms should be allied with government. You know, they need to motivate them so that they can share data in a win-win situation. This is pure business. Then we have things, you know, some like Lagos, they have a very powerful thing that they don't know they have, and it's the thing that they call LASMA. You see, LASMA has deployed people at different points. People forget that every human being carries a mobile phone. A mobile phone is an information processing device. So every human being is a node processing in a large network. It's all about Lagos State understanding the capabilities that they have, that they can turn LASMA into an information processing pipeline, you know, that they can use to link up all other information they can get in other places, including road safety, including other organizations, and create a very rich data set of life mobility data. Now, what can they use this for? They can use it for so many things. Redirect traffic to reduce time. Our transit time is one of the worst in the world. And the time wasted in traffic could be used to create better economic outcome. So we use that data to redirect people, plan our city. Unfortunately, urban planning is not a big deal, but urban planning is a big deal when it comes to this. And that data can help to see first on areas of the city that is not well served by the mobile network, mobility network. The mobility network is for everybody, not for a special few. So with the data, you can see those that are being served and those that are not being served. You can use that, create better policy, better outcome, better actions, you know, and all that. So there's so much that could be done, but it's all about one, having capacity and being able to embrace the opportunity that the data possess. We might not even need to focus so much on AI. The most emphasis has to be on data, because without that data, AI is blind. I hope this makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay, so Gary, I'll just quickly ask, right? With what you do at Hosts, right? What suggestions can you prefer that can create disruption, looking at how AI enablement can impact economies?
Firstly, thank you so much for inviting me today. I probably think it's too early to know what learnings can be made on the basis that most people are only starting on this journey. That's the first thing. But what we can look at and what we can learn from is history. And what's really interesting, I'm so interested in the theme here, symphony, because a symphony is a number of different instruments, right? And whether you like reggae or whether you like classical music or pop music or rock music, the ultimate thing is there's only 12 notes. That's all. So all of those different varieties and verifications, there's only 12 notes that you can play. So what I really like about what I'm hearing here is that you're in different industry sectors bound together by fintech. The negative is, when we look at the industrial ages, which one of the speakers previously was, we had the first industrial age was steam, the second one was electricity, the third one was computers, and now we're in the era of data. I disagree with him from previous, we're actually in the fifth age because we always had data. What we now have is insights from data, which is a way bigger, more opportunity for all of you guys. The challenge I see and what I've learned is that in those innovation ages, technology is never the inhibitor. Fear of people, fear of people who are doing, you know, when we went from the car, from the horse to the car, the biggest inhibitor was to the people who were growing oats for the horses. Because you don't put oats into a horse or a car. So they were the biggest inhibitor. So when we're talking here today, and a lot of events around the world, we need to find a narrative that's a collective, to your point, why it matters. All the stuff here that's been spoken is what you're using in AI here, and it's server there. You're in the hospital, the healthcare. Will it make me better, faster? And all the stuff behind we got to hide. So really what we need to be doing collectively at this stage is reducing the fear associated with change. And what I see when I come to events that really scares me is when I see a robot man as the icon. That scares me. Because actually that's going to scare more people that are not in this room, that are influencers, that embrace it. The symphony story is great. Everyone loves music, most people, different types. But when I see a robot man, I go, oh, I hate that and I don't even know what it is. So when you go into a guy and you're using words like robot boy, you immediately get, I don't want that. The other thing that I find, which I really find really interesting, is and how we in Ireland, with a small little island, collaboration. It's the only way. It's the only way. You got to find your KPI in transport systems, in finance systems, and find health systems. Find your narrative. Find the narrative. And then it's actually much easier for people because most of us aren't engineers. In fact, many of us are just storytellers. And stories, the reason that we learn stories from that age with fairy tales is because we love pictures and we love stories. We'll get into the tech. But I often think in new innovations like the AI age, like I'd ask somebody, what is the digital economy? It's nothing. It's actually an economy that has digital services. So when we go out and we say, this can bring you into the digital economy, you're alienating 85% of the people who hate this shit anyway to say, I'm not in that economy. So what we've learned over the years is to come together early, find a narrative that's collective, and then actually is all about the why. And the why is what you guys come in then with the what. And I think that's sort of my learnings for now. But I can keep talking if you want. I can sing a song. I can tell you about the first transatlantic cable. But I think in general, I think change is inevitable. But I think what we've learned is how you present it.
Thank you so much, Gary. I must say that one take note from me is patterns, predictability, adoption, collaboration, and ultimately give it time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So we're back to agriculture, right? When you spoke earlier, you mentioned about how AI could actually help to address the issue, the shortfall or around extension workers, right? So how now you have replaced potential extension workers with technology, right? How can, from your experience, how can data-driven farming support farmers in better decision making in terms of planting, irrigation, all those traditional services that extension workers provide? How can AI support these extension workers going forward?
Just like you said, it's all about the narrative we are sending to the farmers, especially at that level with low socioeconomic characteristics. So we're not eradicating the extension workers. We're only enabling them to provide these services to strengthen them. For instance, now what we are doing is because Nigeria has around 23 research-based, agricultural research-based institutions across the country. Each one producing a lot of content, but they are all in the shops. Farmers are not using it. So what we do now with AI is now integrate all those content, digitize them, just like I said, into farmer learning videos where the farmer can sit at the comfort of his house and just watch. Or just transform them into mini text messages and just send it out when they need to plant and say, this is the right time for you to plant cowpea, or this is the right time for harvesting. Then now what we are also doing with other insurance company and other weather advisory services like NIMET is now to integrate those information and make it more content specific to the farmer situation. So this is happening, and we've seen tremendous increase in terms of yield. And even the post-harvest we talked about, there is now a majority of it is lack of information. When to harvest, when to dry, will it rain or will it not rain? So with AI now, we are able to streamline this activity and send those information directly to those farmers who have phones and those who don't have now access the agent. So more like, so you have services for almost everybody.
Fantastic. This is quite interesting. So for digitally inexperienced smallholder farmers can still continue to use traditional extension workers, while the others could actually get the information directly on their phone. Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, I understand Mr. Emi Pencil is online. Are you there? Okay, Mr. Pencil, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, good evening.
Greetings from Abuja.
Okay, yes, you're welcome. We've been here. Yes, in our type of economy, there are several, types of, transport or mobility system that we see around. One is keke, okada, danfo, several of them. What can be done using artificial intelligence to ensure that things are done properly, or people are able to move in a way that, does not impact on their livelihood, using artificial intelligence to save how things are done or how things are done properly? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. So what I'm going to say in essence is, in as much as we bring in artificial intelligence, we don't want to take away people's jobs. So the thing is, for cities, for countries, what they do is at least advance to the future, get to be part of it, the revolution that's involving smart cities. I know Lagos and some part of Africa also have smart cities, which is a very good one, and that could help. Like, it helps in controlling the way people do things, reducing traffic, and also help people to get to their locations very quickly. Then, apart from that, in mobility, what I'm saying, mobility should be advanced in the sense that it should also provide security of people not getting crashed, like getting an accident. Let's use, for example, in the US, there's Waymo. Waymo taxis are protecting people from getting crashes. That if we could have something like that, that also will reduce accidents in Africa. And like the whole system should be to have a general AI system. Like I could say this, that we are like 10 years, 30 years behind in technology, in the sense that we are not upgrading at light speed. That's Nigeria, for example, in the picture. Nigeria is not advancing at light speed. So we are way back in technology. For example, I can say that the government of Nigeria, literally, because a lot of tech companies in Nigeria are moving at light speed, but then the government is the one that's supposed to, okay, let us move at light speed. They partner with all these companies, including us, Google Robotics, and that will help to fasten the growth and the speed of artificial intelligence in mobility and also in all of them.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so I'll take one more round. Thank you. That is to doctor, right? We understand that access is critical, but there are a lot of undeserved, right? Now, taking in mind far regions where people cannot afford payment, access proper clinical, and most of all, even be sure that whatever information they're getting from that nearby chemist will solve their problems. How can AI be leveraged in mitigating and also giving them access since they are undeserved? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Like he rightly said, data is key. There's need for us to adopt the electronic data system, like electronic health system, whereby we can have complete, or let's say, accurate data about all Nigerians, especially in the rural area. You know, they may not have access to internet. They may not have access to, because the infrastructural gap is one of the issues we have, one of the challenges we are facing in Nigeria. And if we can close this gap, a lot will be done about AI, especially as touching the health sector. So there's need for us to get data. If we can get their information, impute it, put it on a central data system, it will be easy for AI to have access to their information, make recommendation, and just the way, you know, like I likely said, there was a time that without Wi-Fi or data, like internet, you cannot transfer money, you can't really do much until the fintech evolution came and, you know, they simplified everything. Right now, you can even do a lot without the internet when it comes to moving fund. So if we can also do same in the health sector, people can input their symptoms, their health information. Data protection policy is very important, like you rightly said. There should be a policy that we regulate people, and there should be a kind of compliance as well. Regulatory and compliance is very key when it comes to data management. So if we have their data in a system, it will be easy for AI to give a recommendation. Even on their phone, they can actually get everything. They can do everything. They can get all the necessary information they need about their health. And as well, like with my phone, I can check my BP, my pulse, my everything, even my weight, calories, everything can be done. So people there, they don't really need much, but information is key. Data is key. If we can collect this data from them, you know, ensure that we synchronize it, and we ensure that it's tailored down to each of these patients' needs, and it will go a long way.
I mean, Doctor, thank you so much. And just to summarize, I would say that data is critical, right? Leverage technology in case the telcos, so for example, if you don't have a mobile phone, right, or a proper mobile phone and use a feature phone with a star XYZ or just press one prompt, you can have data, you can have access to medical. Yes. And this is for free to the bank. Since agency banking is part of their model, they can put medical services as part of what they are pushing. So if you have to open new accounts, you can have access to having an account, and also enjoying some very first level, low level medical access, even with 100 Naira or XYZ, right? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, fantastic. That is the final round from my side. And this for you, Michael. We have said a whole lot of good things about AI, the potential within the agricultural sector. But I would like to hear from you of what is the biggest challenge you have seen implementing AI-powered solution for the agricultural sector within Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. You asked for the biggest. I have three. The biggest is obviously what has been mentioned a number of times on this panel, data, right? The quality of the data and its availability. Especially in the agricultural sector, many of the activities are still very undocumented, right? There's not a lot of data in that sandbox, right? And that makes it difficult to then accurately, you know, build certain infrastructures to help alleviate the troubles that they have there. At Equity, what we are doing at the moment is, for every deployment, there are IoT inventory management systems attached. This is done to, you know, capture real-time data, data that you can then layer on AI infrastructure to provide value. The second bit is the lack of infrastructure. One of the presenters earlier said we only have 50%, right? For us that live in Lagos, we are privileged. Those in places like, I'm from Ondo State, Okitipupa and the likes, right? Right? If you go there, it's a struggle to get connected to the internet. in places like that and all other rural agrarian Nigerian towns, how are we going to, get solutions like AI solutions to penetrate those places if they don't have even the infrastructure to power it? The third thing is trust, right? A lot of the farmers, right, have experience with being ripped off by one person wearing suit and tie or even wearing the kaftan, right, promising certain solutions to their problems. And that has gone a long way to damage the trust equity between solution providers and the people who need the solution. So those are the three major things that I think are the challenges. And but the primary place to start is to ensure that data collection and the quality of it is nailed to the T, and we can take it up from there.
Thank you so much, Michael. So the big point here is access to data. AI solutions is as good as the data that you feed it with. What you put in, that is what you get, right? So data is very important.
Okay, thank you so much. And my last question will go to Mr. Isaac Iroko of Bolt again. And this, I want you to be very practical. And in what practical ways can predictive analysis help reduce gridlock and improve route planning in Nigeria's busiest city, Lagos?
Okay. Thank you for that question. So basically, just to reduce congestion in Lagos, in the capital, and then also the capital city, it's quite simple, right? And then it also speaks to what has been said previously regarding data collection, right? Looking at previous data, right? Looking at seasonality, right? Looking at areas where you have clusters, probably event centers, schools and the likes, right? Collection of data to understand that in certain areas at certain time, right? There are certain that area is highly has a lot of density in that area at that particular time, right? So with AI, basically, you can actually predict that at certain times or at certain days of the week, there will be certain traffic within a certain location, right? So what can happen with AI is it can predict to say, why don't you leave 30 minutes earlier, right? Or should you leave an hour later, right? Because you have that data to speak within certain time frame. There are these gridlocks and the likes, right? So imagine a situation in Lagos where during the current season we are in now, which is rain and all of that, right? We understand that certain routes are not the best while it's raining, right? You need to give some time, right? So say for instance, practical example, you are in PI, or you're commuting down to the mainland, right? You understand that if you leave between 3 p.m. or within 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., you will spend certain amount of hours in traffic, right? AI can predict you spend leave 2-3 hours later, or even find the best route for you to actually take to get your destination quick and all of that. Also speaking to the last mile deliveries, the guys that do package deliveries as well, it can actually help navigate the best route, so it's easy for you to have deliveries faster, and then it's also more cost effective, basically. Yeah.
And thank you for being very, very practical. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. I think at this point we have to end. This conversation should continue. So for audience, if you have more questions, you can reach out to any of the panelists and ask your questions. But the key point here is that artificial intelligence has a role to play in advancing all across the various sectors we have spoken about, right? Both health, agricultural sector, mobility as well. And we look forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Please let's have quick pictures. Photographers, please help us. Thank you. This was a powerful session. It was a powerful session. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Please, a round of applause for our final panelists for the day. Please, a round of applause. Celebrate them. Thank you. Thank you.
And it is through panels like this that we understand that AI is not here to take your job. AI is here to partner with every ecosystem. So whether you are in agriculture, whether you are in transportation, whether you are in health, to stay. It is here to equip us and help us innovate and upscale in our different ecosystems.
Just to amplify our work, not to take our jobs. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you. Right now, we want to do something very special. So if you are here till now, you are in luck. Please, everyone that's been here from morning till now, kindly come closer. We want to do something very special. You're VIPs now. Everyone that stayed from morning till now are VIPs. They are VIPs, very important personalities. So we want to celebrate you. Please kindly come forward. Kindly come forward. Take over the seats in front. Please come forward. Move forward. We want to do something very special now. Please come forward. You're not moving. Our VIPs over there. Kindly move forward. Thank you. So at this time, we'll be doing something very special. And to tell us what we'll be doing, we don't want to spill the tea, So we'd like to bring up the conductor for 11. Please join me welcome the conductor for 11.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Fintech. Hope we've had a great time. All right, so now we're just going to do something simple. I want to teach us a song. We've been too serious all day. Let's just unwind now. So, whatever I say, you say, Fintech. Can we try it? 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. That's it. 1, 2, 3, go. Redefining the system. It flow like water. Moving easy, my dear. Fintech. Fintech. Exactly. Put your hands together for yourselves. I think we can form a choir in here now. Some of you are altos, sopranos, and whatever you sing, it's okay. We'll just form a quick choir. So, now the chorus is simple. Oh, Fintech NGR. Oh, Fintech NGR. Let's go. Oh, Fintech NGR. Let's go. Oh, don't worry. It doesn't matter how you sound. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're not judging you. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, and go. Oh, let's go. Fintech NGR. Let's go. Let's go. Are we ready to do this now? Are we ready to do it for real? For real. We have a dance step too. Okay, we're just going to dance together. Let's have fun, everybody. Let's go. A new symphony of change makers, driving forward. a flow like water.
Fintech,
Moving is in my gear.
Fintech,
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 with the finance system.
Fintech,
In a flow like water.
Fintech,
Moving is in my gear.
Fintech,
Fintech,
Fintech.
everybody let's go. Hey, Fintech, Fintech,
Fintech,
Fintech, Fintech, Fintech,
Fintech,
everybody say. When I say fin, you say tech. Fin, tech, fin, tech. When I say fin, you say tech. Fin, tech. Hey, one more time. When I say fin, you say tech. Fin, tech, fin, tech. When I say fin, you say tech. Fin, tech. Everybody say, oh,
Fintech, oh, Fintech,
make some noise for Fintech. Are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready for some amazing music moments? Let's go. Let's go.
Wake up in the morning, hallelujah, chasing the money, chasing the bag, no looking back, me and my guys, steady fire, we leave no gap, Gucci, Gucci, Louis V, mix my monster with Hennessy, my eye don't dirty and no fishy, smell of glory, shining me, baby girl, why you there, we don't say to my currency, who your friend, outside the club, who tell you say we need protection, I'll be my challenger, all the way to the dynasty, we know our stuff and they know me, they know me. Make my blessings proceed. Make you know they shall I don't want nobody to be my matter. For this time I want to be celebrated. Don't waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoying them. It's plenty.
Are you ready now? Let's have a party in here.
She got me feeling like a song. And she just shoot like a boy.
Let's go.
When she pull her body down, you got me falling truly. I just touched down. Wanna see you now. Find me on the phone. Calling you tonight. I wanna make sure. Make you know the fight. I don't wanna speak alone. Wanna hold you tight. What's up for my eyes? But I'll be alright.
Let's go, let's go.
Say that do it, and do it now, and do it, say that do it, and do it now, and do
Let's go, let's go.
For steadily we are getting it. Steadily, steadily we are getting it.
I know people, but it's Take me away, go far, light me up, go far, right now. Oh, what? I don't want you to run down, I don't want you to run down. When I come down, tell you that I never go down. Shut up, when I put it in a brown. Nobody tells me that I go down. Shout out to the sound, shout out to the sound. I put my lips to the champion sound. One. men now. Everything check. What's Anywhere money goes, when they call me, I will be there still. I will be there still. When you go, when you go, I will be there still. I will be there still. And he is there still. Anywhere money goes, when they call me, I will be there still. I will be there still. When you go, when you go, I will be there still. I will be there still. And he is there Are you sleeping right now? You guys want to Don't sleep, come on now, don't sleep. If I speak English, you are going to I know I promise you, I don't want to punish you. If you see my head, you go shut up. I'm gonna get to the fire, and I'll be better. Whatever you will get to.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having us. Should we keep going, Dr. Jamila? Will you be around for Fintech next year? Fintech week next year? Okay, should we slow it down now? Should we slow it down? Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down a bit. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. What did you say? Okay, let's take it back. Are you ready? Let's go.
Slipping away out, one with the sunset. I have become my life.
1, 2, 4.
You can put it on the anything I said, I stand by. In a better way, not that way. Let it hold it, call me back way. 'Cause I walk around with a bad way. Should I bring us down with a gay way? She's working us up in a bad way. Let it hold it, be it. When it comes to be it, that shit's all what I see it. When you and I really want to stop, be it. When it comes to be it, that shit's all what I see it. When you and I
Freeness.
And I'm in the first time I see you so much. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I can choose in the turbo. So when I take a day outside when the feedback's over. Oh no, I can't stand anything like it just like the other. I can say she won't let me touch you. So I have to put it on. If you're funny, let me touch it. If you're jumping fast, I'm not happy. And you see everything I'm touching. I'm making these little cousins. You see these feelings I'm not touching. I'm just happy, I just want happiness. If I don't know my business, I'ma show you the right way. Follow that.
Happiness. Sorry, the music is not stopping. Please, we just wanted to remind you that tomorrow the symphony continues. So please make sure you are here. Same time, same hall. Nigeria Fintech Week 2025. So enjoy. We'll see you tomorrow.
8:30 a.m.
She said 8:30.
We should do that again. Let's go.
And I'm in the fast time when I see you so. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle like a cheese in the turbo. So when I take a day outside when the feedback's over. Oh no, I can't stand anything like it just like the other. I guess that she won't let me touch you. So I have to put it on. Let me touch it. If I break fast, I'm not happy. And you see everything I'm not touching. I'm not making these little cousins. You see these feelings I'm not touching. I'm always happy, I just want happiness. If I don't know my business, I'ma show you the right way. Follow them. Let's go. I wanna be in your life until the night is over.
Are you ready?
I wanna hold you so tight, coming closer. It's been a hell. You were there by my side. Whenever I'm lonely, you make me feel warm. Whenever I'm lonely, you're there for my soul. Wherever you are, that's where I call my home. Whenever you're down, I'll be there, you know. Oh, but I want to be dancing with you forever. You say, "Put a storm and take me as I am." need special things and the words you care. I'll make her just love you, hold you from my hand, hold you from my hand, my hand, hold you from my hand, hold you from my hand, hold you from my hand, my hand, my hand, hold you from my hand, hold you from my hand. Let's go. Best in me, you're the best in me. When I see you, I feel the best in me. Only you bring out the best in me. Loving you, living my destiny. Oh no, oh no. I don't know if you love me like I do. Like the night I fire too. Won't you tell me my love is your love, baby? She don't want to put you cry for the baby. And she give me butterflies in my baby. Won't you tell me my love is your love, baby? If I was running, baby, she would save me. And she give me butterflies in my belly. What have you done to me? I know. What have you done to me? I know. Believe me, believe me, believe me. It has been you. I need you for my family. It must be you. It must be you. It must be you. I need you for my family. Thank you.